ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಂದು ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾ ಕಟ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಪ್ಪ ಅವರು
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್.
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ.
ಏನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಹಾ, ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ನಾನು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಾ ಈಗ ಮೇಡಮ್? ಓಕೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ತ್ರಿವೇಣಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ದು ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಬರ್ತಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೆ? ಹೌದಾ? ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
sector is still suffering from land inequality, caste-based discrimination, and unsustainable farming practices. And marginalized communities, especially Dalits and the Adivasis, continue to face landlessness, and Ambedkar's vision efforts a justice-oriented framework that is both ideal and relevant today. The main objective of the study is to aim analyze Ambedkar's contribution to rural policy, explore the sustainability of his farming ideas, and understand the challenges faced by marginalized farmers today, and offers policy suggestions inspired by his philosophy. Scientific farming and labor rights, linking environmental and social justice. The key challenges we find: why didn't his vision become reality? Because opposition from landed elites and post-independence bureaucratic inertia and dominance of Gandhian or Nehruvian models today. Today, more than 60% of Dalits remain landless. As per NSSO 2019, it is a clear failure to fulfill his vision. Here's a visual of land ownership based caste. As you can see, general and OBC hold the majority of lands, and SC/ST holds very small shares of agricultural land. This reflects the contemporary policy reflections of today's issues.
Namaste everyone. Welcome back to the second day of our two-day multidisciplinary international virtual conference titled Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, dedicated to the life and legacy and ideas of Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar. After a thought-provoking and enriching first day, today we continue our journey into the depth of Dr. Ambedkar's philosophy and contributions. As we gather once again to honor his enduring legacy, let us reflect on how his ideas remain not only historically significant, but strikingly relevant in our present context. His voice for equality, human dignity, and social transformation continues to inspire generations. Let us begin today's sessions with the same spirit of curiosity, critical thinking, and respect that Dr. Ambedkar himself championed throughout his life. Now, I request Dr. Sidramu, Senior Librarian and the Director of the conference, to welcome all of you formally to the second day of the conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Savita Madam. Respected. Thank you, Savita Madam. Respected dignitaries, faculty members, dear participants, good morning. I am Dr. Sidramu, the college librarian and director of this virtual conference. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all on behalf of the conference committee to the second day of two-day multidisciplinary international virtual conference on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, organized by Department of Political Science in association with IQAC and Research Cell, Government First Grade College, Siddhartha, Mysore. On behalf of organizing team, a hearty welcome to our patron of the conference, Professor Maya Devian, the dedicated principal of our college, for consent, support, and encouragement in successfully conducting this conference. I welcome you, madam. I also welcome Professor Narsimurthy sir, the in-charge principal of this Government First Grade College, Siddhartha level today. I welcome you, sir, for this virtual conference. I also welcome the esteemed speaker, Professor Surendra Kumar sir, Department of Political Science, Bangalore University, Bangalore. A hearty welcome you, sir. We are truly honored to have you with us in our conference. A hearty welcome to the eminent speaker, Dr. Suresh Jange sir, the University Librarian and IKC Coordinator, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, for accepting our invitation and despite of your busy schedule. Sir, your presence continues to inspire us, and it is a great honor to have you in our conference, sir. A warm welcome to renowned speaker, Dr. Sabana Fatina Madam, Department of Political Science, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. I welcome you, madam. It is a sincere to have you in our conference. A special welcome to our abroad speaker, Professor A.W. Gauhar, faculty member, Strategic Management, Post University of Afghanistan. Sir, we are deeply appreciate your continued engagement with these academic initiatives and your global perspectives in inclusive development. I welcome to Srita Sudhir Kumar sir, a speaker and thinker, Dr. Ambedkar speaker. I warmly welcome to our esteemed convener, Professor Anuradha Madam, the professor and head, Department of Political Science, Government First Grade College, Siddhartha Level. Madam, your visionary commitment and tireless coordinations have made this conference possible. I welcome to Mr. Veeras, the young and energetic assistant professor and organizing secretary of this conference, for your technical support and timely coordination in managing this session effectively. I extend a warm welcome to our conference director, Dr. S. Kiran Rawat, the physical education director. Sir, your dedication on behalf of our college, we welcome you, sir. Behind the scenes, your effort have been instrumental in the smooth conduct of this conference. Also welcome to our Savita Madam, the IKC coordinator and joint secretary of this conference. Madam, your commitment and attention to detail have been key to the success of both the days of this conference. Hearty welcome to joint secretaries, Dr. Triveni Madam, Srimati Parvati Madam. Madam, both of you have contributed immensely behind the scenes, and we truly appreciate your dedication and teamwork. A warm welcome to our coordinator, Mr. Purushottam HP, for your support and managing the sessions systematically. I extend my hearty welcome to all our senior faculty members, HODs, various departments. We have encouraged the students and faculties for participation in this event. I also welcome to our guest faculty members, teaching staff, non-teaching staff for this conference. Your collective efforts and cooperations have ensured the smooth and efficient conduct of this event successfully. A warm welcome to welcome to all the eminent speakers, resource persons, and research scholars who have joined us from various parts of the country and abroad. Your valuable contributions, ideas, and interactions are truly soul of this conference. Finally, I extend my warm welcome to all the participants, students, research scholars from across the India and overseas. Once again, I welcome each and every one of the participants for the second day of this prestigious conference. Thank you, one and all. Have a good day.
Thank you, Sidramu sir. We welcome you to the conference. Now I request Dr. Triveni, Associate Professor, Department of Kannada, to introduce the first speaker of the day, Professor Surendra Kumar, Department of Political Science, Bangalore University, Bangalore, to the participants. Over to you, madam.
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce Dr. S.Y. Surendra Kumar, a professor in the Department of Political Science at Bangalore University, Bengaluru. He holds a PhD and MPhil in South Asian Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and an MA in Political Science from Bangalore University. He has over 20 years of teaching experience at the postgraduate level, and his areas of interest include public policy studies, Indian foreign policy with a focus on US and China and South Asian security. Dr. Surendra Kumar is also the editor-in-chief of Journal of Contemporary Politics and the e-newsletter Rajniti, both of which are quarterly academic publications. His academic contributions are impressive, with over 70 research publications, including 4 books and monographs, 23 book chapters, and 43 peer-reviewed journal articles. He has also presented 39 papers at seminars and conferences and delivered 134 lectures as a resource person for various courses, workshops, and webinars. Most recently, he completed an ICSSR funded research project as research director. The project focusing on the socio-economic impacts of financial inclusion under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. He is actively involved with the Institute for Social and Economic Change, ISEC Bengaluru, where he currently serves as an IQAC member and has been appointed as an external expert for the Academic Program Committee. Some of his recent publications include From Quad 1.0 to Quad 2.0, The Persisting Discourse, published by Routledge, an article on the Karnataka Assembly elections and their impacts on 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and Study on Indian Parliament in Transition, published in the Journal of Contemporary Politics. He has also represented his academic works in countries like Belgium, Czech Republic, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Sri Lanka, China, and UAE. We are glad to have you with us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Triveni madam. Surendra Kumar sir, we
Yeah,
are looking
okay.
forward to listen to
Okay,
your
okay.
talk. Over to you,
Okay,
sir.
am I audible? Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. So ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ and a warm good morning to one and all. And firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity and also congratulate a college, Government First Grade College, doing an international conference on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar at the relevant time. So on that way, I congratulate and also thank you for giving me this opportunity. So basically, I've been given the task to speak on Ambedkar. So when I thought I'll speak on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, so many of the speakers would be focusing on different aspects, so whether it is constitutions or whether it is the caste issue or whether it is feminism and various other things which Ambedkar has been contributed significantly. But I thought I'll choose a topic which many of them may not be able to throw upon or may not be interested upon, that is on foreign policy. So basically, the topic which I've chosen for the presentation of this at the international conference has been focusing on the revisiting the thoughts of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar with regard to Indian foreign policy and how it is relevant in the present context. So when I start go through all the thoughts of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar on foreign policy, I could identify that there are several aspects which are still relevant in the 21st century, and there are a lot of lessons or a roadmap for the Indian government to follow the ideas and thoughts of Ambedkar on foreign policy. So I divided my presentation into 3 sections. In the first section, I'd be focusing on what is Dr. Ambedkar's views on foreign policy, because many of us tend to believe that he did not have much interest or ideas on foreign policy. Actually, he very much had a lot of interest and very much focused on foreign policy. That is the first section I'd be focusing on. And in the second section, I'd be focusing on, among the greatest critique of Nehru's foreign policy. Of course, we all believe that the foundation of Indian foreign policy, particularly in the post-independence era, the credit should go to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. As a prime minister, he had a vision and he was also focusing on several aspects which would strengthen the country and also transform the country in a greater way. Despite that, we could see that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was the greatest critique of Nehru's foreign policy. That will be my second section. And in the third section, I'll be focusing on the relevance of Ambedkar's thoughts and ideas in the present context, like all that aspect which he spoke in 1950s, how far every government has been able to follow that one, and still they're facing many challenges. And there are some areas where he emphasized which government should follow so that to make India strong, a vibrant and a global player in that context. So this is my format of my presentation. And then once I try to complete in 30 to 40 minutes, and then I'll be very happy to address any questions or clarifications or the observations from the participants, which will naturally enrich the overall discussion and contributes the quality of international conference. So coming to my first section, that is Ambedkar and the foreign policy. So as I told that many of us believe that Ambedkar did not have much interest or much time for this thing. So it has been well acknowledged by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar when he stated that foreign policy has always been a very interesting aspect for Dr. Ambedkar, and he was very much interested in foreign policy. But unfortunately, because of framing of the constitution and also coming up with several bills like People Representation Bill and other bills, so he did not have much time. So this is the statement made by Ambedkar himself, that he was very much interested in foreign policy because of the preoccupation on other aspect, so he couldn't focus on the foreign policy. But if you see the writings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, one thing is clear, that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was a more realist and had a pragmatic approach toward foreign policy. Unlike the leader like Nehru, who had a very idealistic kind of an approach with regard to India's foreign policy, but successive leaders have both combination of realist and idealist. For example, Indira Gandhi is considered to be a more realistic approach with regard to foreign policy. So is Prime Minister Modi. But there are other leaders who have been a combination of idealism and realism. But the foundation of Indian foreign policy has been combination of idealism and realism. But with regard to Ambedkar, he is considered to be more realistic and pragmatic when it comes to foreign policy, we can see. So generally, the reason why Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was more pragmatic approach or realistic is because he was guided by the two important scholars. One is Bismarck, the other one is the Bernard Shaw. because he was very much guided by their ideas and thoughts on politics. For instance, we can see Bismarck clearly argued that politics is not a game of realizing ideal. So he talked about it's a game of realizing what is possible. Means in the foreign policy, we can't be too idealistic. We always have to think what is possible. That aspect we have to take forward and ensure it is being executed. So this idea was very much inspired to B.R. Ambedkar. And second thing, when we talk about Bernard Shaw, also clearly a well-known Nobel Prize winner in literature, he also tend to argue that being idealistic is too dangerous for any country or for any person for that matter. So these two were the persons who were very much inspiring or guided Ambedkar with regard to having a realistic and a pragmatic approach with regard to foreign policy. That's the reason why we can see those kind of change. So when it comes to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, so why we need a foreign policy? Of course, all of us know why a country needs foreign policy for several aspects. But for Ambedkar, foreign policy was a very important aspect for two reasons. For Dr. Ambedkar, foreign policy was very important because to basically enhance the strategic and development options for the country. So country should have development option and strategic option so that the country can grow and also contribute significantly for the global peace. In that way, strategic and development options can be provided only when a country has a solid foreign policy parameters. And second thing was basically he wanted to make India strong. So as we all know that Nehru was more nationalist, but when it comes to the religion and the things, he was basically a critic, but nevertheless, he was more nationalist than any other equivalent to any other leader at that times. So he wanted to make India stronger. So in these two contexts, we could see he argued that foreign policy matters for India's development option, strategic option, and also to make a country like India, which was still in a very difficult situation in the post-colonial era. So that was the point he's trying to argue. And apart from this, one of the difference with regard to Ambedkar and the other foreign policy experts, we can say, or policy makers, Ambedkar tried to see foreign policy not just from the international relations background. He tried to see from the social, political, as well as financial point of view. So there's a lot of literature on that one. So like, for example, well-known scholar Suraj Engade argues that Ambedkar saw the foreign policy from the social, political, and financial point of view, not just from the international relations point of view. Because all of us tend to argue that foreign policy is more related to international relations and other aspect rather than to do with socio-economic and political aspects. So that kind of difference we can see. And Ambedkar also, when we see on foreign policy, he believed in the United Nations. So he always he argued that UN was an important symbol of power of global politics in terms of equality, in terms of sovereignty and other aspects. In that context, he had prepared a report. Okay, so basically where, that is in 1946, he had prepared a report on the condition of scheduled caste in India. And he wanted to submit this report at the United Nations. But later on, he thought that let me give some time because the Constituent Assembly and the Parliament was taking shape. So he was thinking like, let the Parliament take the shape and then see what would be the outcome in the Parliament. And in case the Parliament doesn't take the necessary steps with regard to the plight of the scheduled caste, obviously is going to take it up at the United Nations. So he had faith that, okay, in the country like India, it doesn't work. Always we can think of United Nations. So that aspect is there. And final important one, basically we could see what Ambedkar also talked about at 1950s, because when India thought we have to expand our trade with other countries, so we have to get more aid from other countries and all. So Ambedkar had a slightly different view compared to Nehru when we talk about foreign aid. He said foreign aid is necessary, okay, because now India has got independent and we are growing now, so we need foreign aid, but too much dependent on foreign aid could be very dangerous for India in terms of undermining our sovereignty, one. And second thing, it will also reduce our capacity to be self-reliant. So Ambedkar vision of a strong India was to reduce or to cut down on the foreign aid, dependence on too much of foreign aid, and to take the country self-reliant. And that's where we can see the similarities with Nehru also. Nehru also believed that to build a strong India, he tried to focus on self-reliance. So we could see that lot of in terms of education or in terms of space technology or in terms of nuclear and various other aspects we could see. So he came up with several policies which made India self-reliant, not just in terms of economy, but in also in other sectors. So now in which India has been dominating. So now we are in the top 5 with regard to space technology. It is all because of the 1950s successive government efforts. We are strong in IT sector after 1990s. All this is can be traced to the 1950s, the policies and programs initiated by successive governments we could see. So that way we could see Nehru's vision was also, but at that time there was no other option but for India to depend upon foreign aid. So we were taking foreign aid from UK till 2000 till 2020 and other things. So, but now it has been stopped because UK has decided not to give aid for India because in terms of per capita, in terms of economic growth and all, India is better off. So, but nevertheless, foreign. So, Ambedkar had a view that we should stop depending upon foreign aid. So, this basically trying to give a perception about the Ambedkar's views on foreign policy and other things. So, coming to my second sections, where basically one of the greatest critique of Nehru's foreign policy was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Of course, B.R. Ambedkar had differences with Nehru, differences with Gandhi, but nevertheless, they had a good relationship in terms of ensuring inclusive policy, getting along, and each one of them had high praise for the tall leaders on that. But nevertheless, Ambedkar was the greatest critic of the Nehru's foreign policy. We'll try to understand what were the major critiques that Ambedkar felt or flaws were there with the Indian foreign policy. So Ambedkar's critique on Nehru's foreign policy is very much clear about in his writings, that is the problems of foreign policy. In 1951, as a part of All India Scheduled Caste Federation, so Ambedkar came up with a manifesto. In that manifesto, he wrote this essay. Generally, we all know these days in the recent elections or in the past 1 decade or 2 decades, manifestos have not been very important. Although for formality's sake, many political parties do release their manifesto. But at the end of the day, it has been released 1 week before the polling. Or we could see even the reason is that many of the voters are also not interested in reading the manifesto and voting on the basis of manifesto. So that is the fate of manifestos in a country like India. But nevertheless, Ambedkar came up with this manifesto for this All India Scheduled Caste Federation. So where he talked about how collapsing of the Indian foreign policy, collapsing state of Indian foreign policy, that was the title he gave, and where he argued like how Indian foreign policy is been collapsing under the leadership of Prime Minister Nehru. So what was this critique and other things we could see? So the first point Ambedkar made with regard to Nehru's foreign policy was that Prime Minister Nehru is focusing on resolving the problems outside India. So there were several 1940s and 50s Cold War period. So there were a lot of problems happening in different parts of the world, particularly in the third world countries. So Prime Minister Nehru was more obsessed with resolving the problems in the other countries. So instead of that, what Ambedkar argued that he should focus on the problems which is prevailing within the country. So that is rightly pointed out by Ambedkar. Of course, India should focus on the issues concerning the global level. At the same time, we should also set our house in order. And there were serious problems which need to be addressed. So in that way, Ambedkar argued that it is very important, rather than going and solving the problems or trying to address the global problems in which we may not benefit much. So it's better that India should focus on resolving the issues within the country so that India can become stronger. That is the most important argument he tried to make. Even now we could see that even the present regime also we could see people are talking, policymakers are talking. So many of them are talking that India should try to resolve the Russia-Ukraine war, which is ongoing since February 2022, or try to resolve the Israel-Palestinian war, which has been happening very continue on a regular intervals. But the last one was which started on October 7th, 2023 onwards. So, but the point is that when India has so many problems within the country, for example, we could see Manipur continues to be a major issue in India's Indian politics as well as concerning India's global image. So we could see how Meiteis and Naga Kukis have completely been got into an animosity situation. And there's like India-Pakistan border, we could see the Meiteis and Kukis also having that kind of border. So that is a kind of a violence, and then that is the what we can say major problem in Manipur. So when we have major problem like Manipur, trying to get into the global conflict would be would really backfire us and would create more problems. So this is what Ambedkar had argued that time. So let us resolve the problems within the country. Then we can think of addressing the global issue. So that is a valid point that Dr. Ambedkar had made at that time. And he also argued that, as we all know, that Nehru is regarded as an idealist foreign policy maker who believed in nuclear disarmament, who believed in spreading democracy, who believed in the strength of the United Nations, not necessarily the other power politics. So here Ambedkar argued that the Nehru's idealism which is there, it is not suitable for the current realities, the global politics. So Ambedkar was of the view that the present global politics of Cold War between America and the USSR and the global realities where many countries were becoming independent and colonialism was still perpetuating in different forms as a neo-colonialism or an imperialism and other things. So he argued that it is the Nehru's ideas doesn't fit into the current reality. So that's where there is a need for a change in approach we could see. Then on the issue of Kashmir, so Nehru's policy of Kashmir is very much known, very much debated, and then critiqued and everything. So Ambedkar was a view of, with regard to Kashmir, he criticized, saying that to resolve the Kashmir issue, what is required is international alliance. So Ambedkar said that Nehru should work towards building international alliance if we want to address the Kashmir issue rather than taking the Kashmir issue to the United Nations and other things. So that is international alliance. So Nehru had failed in terms of building the international alliance to address the Kashmir issue. That was the first thing. And second thing, he argued that the two problems which completely disturbed India and Pakistan relation was East Bengal and then the other was Kashmir. But he said that India should give more importance for East Bengal rather than for Kashmir. He felt that Kashmir is an issue which can be resolved easily, but we should give more priority for East Bengal, which Nehru was not doing in that case. So he argued that this is more important. That's where the Nehru's policy was not strong enough to carry forward this, we can see. Then he said that the solution for Kashmir issue was very simple. So Dr. B.R. Ambedkar proposed that resolving Kashmir issue is not a major task. It is the easiest task, he tend to argue, in the sense, only thing there should be political will. So that is more becoming important. That is, first he pitched for dividing the Kashmir on communal lines. Okay, Hindu majority and then Buddhist majority and the Muslim majority. So that way you can divide on the communal lines, or that was one option, or you can also divide, ensure that the Hindu populated region becomes part of India, Buddhist populated region becomes part of India, and they can hold plebiscite in the valley. So that let the people decide there in the valley whether they want to go with Pakistan, come with India, or whatever it is. So that was his argument, but Nehru never listened to Ambedkar on these lines, and he went and after the 1948 war and all, so he appealed to the UN, and UN came up with a resolution. Still, we have not been able to implement, both from India and Pakistan side, we are not able to implement, and the Kashmir problem still persisting. So when India and Pakistan conducted the nuclear test in 1998, second nuclear test, so rightly America and the other European countries rightly pointed out that the South Asia has become a nuclear flashpoint, particularly with regard to Kashmir. So there's a possibility of potential war between India and Pakistan. So we know that from 1948, then 1965, 1971, 1999 Kargil war, or the cross-border terrorism, everything has been to do with Kashmir issue. So that way we could see that this is a flashpoint, nuclear flashpoint. So Ambedkar said at that time it was easy to resolve it, but unfortunately it was not done. It took long time. So this is basically what Ambedkar's argument on Kashmir, resolving Kashmir issue, because he felt resolving Kashmir issue and addressing East Bengal could really help India to focus on the global level and enhance the global image, India's image at the global level. And the other important point is that Ambedkar was we can say, one of the tallest leader in India who first argued that India should become a member of UN Security Council, permanent member of UN Security Council. So at that time, we could see Nehru was more willing to accommodate or to request China and the major powers to accommodate China as a permanent member of the Security Council, that People's Republic of China, rather than India's own willingness to join Security Council. So if Nehru had accepted this offer from the America and the major powers, India would have been a permanent member in the Security Council rather than China. But unfortunately, India gave that space to China. And today, China is a one country which has openly told, okay, India can become member of a Security Council, but it is not allowing India to be a member of Permanent Security Council with veto power. Of course, America is also not doing on those lines, because the major powers are divided, P5 countries are divided on with veto power or without veto power in the Security Council. So Dr. Ambedkar was the first person to tend to pitch that India should be a permanent member of the Security Council because of the diversity, because of being a democratic country, because of being the oldest civilization. Several aspects he argued and said India should be given due justice by giving the Security Council membership. Even before Nehru thought that we should become member. So now we could see Ambedkar had told at that time. So if Nehru had agreed, then India would have been a permanent member of Security Council, and every prime ministers from 1980s onwards have been arguing that India should be a member of Security Council. But unfortunately, despite our close relations with America, China, Russia, UK and France, but still we are not able to make it to the P5 or as permanent member, because UN reform still continues to be a distant dreams for many of the rising powers like India, Brazil, Mexico and other things. So the point is that Ambedkar had that vision that India deserved to be there. What present Prime Minister is talking about, that India should be part of that one. Manmohan Singh talked about, Ambedkar had told at 1950s itself. Then apart from this, Ambedkar was once thinker, visionary thinker. That's the reason we call him as a tall leader or a visionary thinker who thought like more than 50 or 100 years later, what was the situation. So we could see that Ambedkar talked that he always argued that we should have good relations with America. So in the 1950s, when Nehru was trying to become closer with Soviet Union, Nehru was coming up with non-aligned movement. So what was Ambedkar's view was that he argued that we should have closer relations with America. So that was, so now after 1990s, we can see that every government, Indian government is always moving closer to America. Why? Because the disintegration of Soviet Union was a big setback for Indian economy. So was for the global economy. And then India realized that it is better to diversify our strategic partnership. In that context, India started building relations with the America. So in 1990s onwards, they started building. But what Ambedkar told was in 1950 itself that we should have good relations with America, and then argued that Nehru should stop campaigning anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism and all, which are more or less trying to target America. So we are both are democratic countries. So a lot of commonalities are there between these things. So even Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Prime Minister, argued that we are strategic allies. Okay, or we are natural allies. Vajpayee argued that India and America are natural allies because we have many things in common. But Ambedkar had told these aspects in 1950 itself that we should build relations with America. We have to be close to America and other things. So why? Because in 1950, he felt that going closer to America, good relations with America can help us to get a lot of technology. We can get a lot of assistance, whether economic assistance, military assistance, and also in terms of other kinds of technology, we'll be able to benefit from America. So that was the argument. And then he attacked when it comes to why we have to build close relation with America, because of the commonalities. But the other aspect was that why we should get very close to China or Russia, which are communist countries. So we are democratic countries. Let ally with the democratic countries rather than with China and the Russias, because Nehru was going very close to China. So we can see that 1947 or 1949, when China became independent, People Republic of China, after the Civil War. So till 1955, India had a very good relations with the Chinese. So it was Hindi Chini bye bye. So that was a kind of a relations which was had. So Ambedkar was arguing that why we have to become very close to China, because it's a communist country, it is a dictatorial country. So naturally, they are not going to be very friendly with us for a long period. So that is the reason why he criticized. So is Soviet Union, which is a communist country and not necessarily a democratic country like India. So he criticized Nehru for going close to Soviet Union despite following the non-alignment, going close to China, neighboring country. So he tried to criticize on that one, because Ambedkar believed that China and USSR at that time, even now, they have an expansionist policy. So it is very much clear. So in 1950, Ambedkar argued that unlike the USSR or the China, which has a more expansionist policy, America also has it. He argued that UK and America do not have that kind of expansionist policy as the Soviet Union and China. So now why Russia has attacked Ukraine? It's basically an expansionist policy. Why China is trying to not give up the Taiwan, or why China is focusing on South China Sea. It's basically all the expansionist policy. So Ambedkar argued that these two countries believe in expansionist policy compared to other countries. America is not that case. So it is in our interest to go with the America-led alliance, which is anti-communist bloc. So we should join the anti-communist bloc so that we are going to gain more rather than allying with China and Soviet Union. So it's very much true that we made a mistake with regard to depending too much on China. Even now, we depend too much on China. So we could see that the trade between India and China is increasing despite the anti-China campaign since 2020. That is all rhetoric, but reality, politics is different, business is different. That's how the government deals with it. So we have $100 billion of trade deficit with America, whereas with China. With America, we have 45 billion trade surplus. That's the reason Trump is imposing tariff and other things. Whereas when it comes to China, we are 2024 data, if you see, it is 100 billion trade deficit. So the trade is very not much, 140 billion US dollars. And that 100 billion is deficit, means we are importing more from China. Okay, so that dependence is there. So this kind of thing. So Nehru also was moving close to China. So the present regime is also moving close to China. So despite the Doklam case incident in 2017, and then Galwal Valley clashes in 2020. So despite China unilaterally altering the line of actual control, and despite all the things, India is continuing with the trade. One. Second thing, India has not criticized, unlike the Western countries, on China's assertion in Hong Kong. Okay, China's assertion in Taiwan, China's assertion in Tibet region, Xinjiang province. India has been a mute spectator on all this aspect because India wants good ties with China. So similarly, so there is not much difference between Nehru moving close to China and the present Prime Minister Narendra Modi moving to China. So this aspect was basically opposed by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who said there's no point in going close to China. So it is always a risk when it comes, because being a communist country and dictatorship oriented or authoritarian government, it is very wrong. Then he also, Ambedkar advised that, see, when the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, SEATO, America offered India also to join the SEATO, that is Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, which was established in 1954 and abandoned in 1977. But Nehru refused to join, arguing that we are believing in non-aligned, will not join any of the bloc. So as a result, Ambedkar appealed to Nehru that we should reconsider this, because we are all democratic countries. So it is always better to join the democratic alliance rather than joining the other, not joining any alliance. So that was Ambedkar's argument, that because we should be firmly on the side of democracy. So if we are in the side of democracy means we have to be part of SEATO. But Nehru did not agree on those lines and refused to join SEATO. Refused to join SEATO at that time, we could see. Then on the issue of Panchsheel. So as we all know that Panchsheel is an important, that 5 principles. Panchsheel is a Sanskrit word. So 5 principles. So this Panchsheel is an agreement which was signed in 1954, May 1954 between India and China. So this is a very important agreement. Even now in 21st century, continues to be the foundation for shaping India and China relations. So every time the Indian Prime Minister and the Prime Minister Modi or the Xi Jinping of China president meet, so they always try to emphasize on how relations can be taken forward on the basis of Panchsheel. So Panchsheel is very much relevant and important thing which is shaping. But in reality, both Panchsheel, all the 5 principles are not implemented in both letter and spirit. So Ambedkar had argued at that time only with regard to signing of Panchsheel. In the parliament, he said, okay, he criticized that we should not get into an agreement with the China, that is the Panchsheel. So his argument was that, see, if Mao was the leader at that time, if Mao, the leader, had faith in Panchsheel, then he wouldn't have treated the Buddhist way they have been treated. Because in 1950s, we can see gradually, although Dalai Lama fled China in 1959, but from 1950 onwards, there was a kind of a gradual initiation by the Chinese regime with regard to suppression of Buddhist religious freedom and other things in Tibet region. So he argued that if really Mao believed in Panchsheel, then he wouldn't have treated his own citizen Buddhist in a kind of a manner they were treating. So if that is the case, so he argued that then certainly there is no scope for this thing. So he also, Ambedkar argued that in politics, Panchsheel has no relevance. There's no relevance of Panchsheel in politics. And particularly when you have a communist regime or a dictator regime like Mao, you cannot expect any kind of implementation of this Panchsheel agreement in both letter and spirit. But despite that, Prime Minister Nehru went ahead and believed that Panchsheel, so it was rightly he went and signed this agreement hoping for a better future. But he never foresaw that in 1962 there will be a war between India and China. It was the greatest setbacks for Nehru's foreign policy. It was the greatest setback for India and China relations. So Ambedkar had criticized this. He rightly said, because these Chinese will not implement in letter and spirit. India might do it, but not the case of. And the final point with regard to the second section has been that Dr. B.R. also Ambedkar expressed that we should form what is called League Democracy in Asia. Means all the Asian countries should come together and form the League Democracy. So this was the argument, means all democratic countries coming together in the Asian context. But we could see in the 21st century, we have Quadrilateral Security Alliance, which is an alliance consisting of 4 countries, all democratic countries, America, Australia, Japan, and India. So this has happened in 2007 onward. This has been taking shape, and finally it's been institutionalized. But Ambedkar had talked about in 1950 itself that there is a need for League of Democracies in Asia itself, so that all the democratic countries can come together, work for each other, mutual benefiting, and also encourage other countries to become independent, which are aspiring to be democratic in nature. So he argued that if we are not going to have this kind of a democratic alliance, then why we need to follow parliamentary form of democracy? We can in turn become a communist government. So he argued to Nehru that if you don't want to join the democratic alliance, then better you can join the communist alliance. So that is also been not there, although there was a tilt towards China and Russia. So overall, the foreign policy, Ambedkar's critique of Nehru's foreign policy was on the aspects of idealism, on the aspect of Panchsheel, on the aspects of why there's a need for a close relations with the United States and several other aspects. So it is very much clear what was Ambedkar's views on all these aspects. So on these aspects, he was the greatest critic. If there is only one critic who criticized constructively the Nehru's foreign policy, it was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Now coming to my last section, on the relevance today. So a lot of Ambedkar's views are there, thoughts are there, writings on foreign policy. So if you see like what was his views and how it is relevant in the 21st century. If you see in that context, we can see there are 4 or 5 points which I've identified. The first one is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar always favored good relations with the neighboring countries. So that has been the foundation of India's foreign policy. Nehru also focused on building good relations with the neighbors and other things. So that has been there. Every prime minister has always tried to build relation, at the same time try to take control or have a greater influence of India in this region. Sometimes it has worked, sometimes it has backfired. So Manmohan Singh also came up with neighborhood policy, and then Prime Minister Modi went a step and talked about neighborhood first policy. But if you see, do a critical analysis of all these policies, you realize that India has not been able to achieve much in terms of neighborhood first policy or neighborhood policy, whichever party comes to power, because of several dynamics, which is internal, which is also external, and other kinds of aspect we can see. So Dr. Ambedkar always argued that India should maintain harmony with all the neighboring countries. So why we have to maintain harmony? So Ambedkar argument was that why we have to maintain harmony with all our neighboring countries, that one, because of your geographical location. Okay, because obviously Prime Minister Manmohan Singh also argued, former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh also argued that we cannot change geography. Okay, we cannot change geography, so we cannot change the map. So as a result of which, we have to deal with our neighbors. So Ambedkar argument was because of the geographical aspect, because of the strategical aspect, and if India wants to be a strong country, then having harmonious relations, friendly relations with the neighboring country is very much important. So now many of the scholars tend to argue that the growth and prosperity of India lies with our relations with our neighboring countries. So when you don't have good relations with our neighboring countries, we cannot think of becoming a global player. Although India wants to become a developed country by 2047, but having a good relations with the neighboring countries, having a good regional integration is also key component. We cannot just have a dream for the sake of having a dream. We need to work on those lines to achieve that dream. So in that way, we could talk about like how neighboring countries became important. So that's the reason why Ambedkar argued that it is very important for a stronger India because of geographic strategy we can't avoid. And third important one is to protect our security and also facilitate trade. So for both these reasons, we need to have good relations with the neighboring countries. So he always favored good relation, although he was not happy with the Chinese policy and other things, but he always favored good relations with China, with Pakistan, and then Bhutan, Afghanistan. So he argued that these are the countries with which we need to build strong relations, harmonious relations, increase trade. Okay, although we could see presently India and Pakistan trade is nothing. It is insignificant because of there is no talks at all between India and Pakistan, particularly after 2016 on the issue of cross-border terrorism. But the problem is that we have serious problems with China. Okay, so China has been very aggressive. China is trying to alter the line of actual control. We had clashes with the China. Despite all the problems, we still have India-China trade of 140 billion US dollars annually. Whereas with Pakistan, cross-border terrorism has virtually in terms of terrorist attacks after 2016 has not happened, apart from 2019 Pulwama attack, although we don't know that who was the mastermind of Pulwama attack still now, but nevertheless, we could see that after that there's not been much attack, but still there is no talks, there is no trade. So what Ambedkar argued was that it is very important to build relations through trade. So he also talked about regional integration. So in 1985, SARC came. SARC, which was muted, what we can say, by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the father of Bangladesh, prime minister at that time. So came up with SARC, and India also joined, which talked about regional economic integration. Although the SARC is in a very pretty bad shape, so it is not making any much progress with regard to regional integration, precisely because of the India-Pakistan bilateral tension. SARC has not been successful one as of now. But the point I'm trying to make is that Ambedkar had talked about these regional integration in 1950s itself. So what happened in 1985? A proposal came from Bangladesh, but Ambedkar had talked about. So the point I'm trying to say is the lot of things which has come later on, we could trace the arguments, similar ideas from Dr. writings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, we can see. So good relations with neighbor is very important. Presently, we can see India's relations with the neighbors are pretty bad. With Pakistan, it's not been it's been pathetic. And with regard to Afghanistan, we have to deal with Taliban. Although Taliban were responsible for many of the cross-border terrorism in India, and they always been pro-Pakistan, but now Indian government has to talk to UN banned terrorist organization. So India regards Taliban as a terrorist organization, but we have no other option but to talk to Taliban. So America is also doing, so we are also doing. So the point is that when we can talk to a terrorist organization, okay, which is running the Afghan government, so why not talk to a legitimate, democratically elected government in Pakistan? So that is a priority of the government, we can see. So with Pakistan, that is the case. With Afghanistan, that is the case. With Nepal, we have serious problems, political map and other things. So still political instability in Nepal, but still we have serious problems with regard to Madhesis, with regard to a political map. So with Nepal also, we do not have so kinds of good relations. With Sri Lanka, it is improving. Earlier, it was not so good. With Maldives, again, serious problems are there. Bangladesh, of course, it's been very tough times for India-Bangladesh relations after the unrest which happened in July 2024. In Bangladesh, we can see relations, although Mohammad Yunus has been a very close to India, but we unfortunately in this case, it is not happening. So the overall point is that except with Bhutan, with other countries, we have serious, with Bhutan also there are small irritants. But the overall point is that India's relations with the neighbor has not been pretty good as it should have been there for several reasons we can see. So that is the point where we have to really improve, and that's what Ambedkar talked about. Then the second thing is that what Ambedkar talked about, like his unfinished work, Buddha or Karl Marx. Okay, so in that we can see, which was not, it's an unfinished work. So in that where we can see where he talked about the strategic aspects, that is particularly the non-violence, which was preached by Lord Buddha. So he argued that how we follow the ideals of Lord Buddha, then country can grow and prosper. So India is a land of Buddhism, and then Lord Buddha has been the idol. So a lot of people have come who have followed Buddhism, and also Gandhi's non-violence and other things. So we could see that Ambedkar talked about, like, Buddha never said we should not be using violence. He was against violence. But if your cause is just, or if the war is just, then they can't be called as ahimsa. The violence cannot be discarded. You can use violence. Even Gandhi never said that you should not use violence. He was favor of non-violence. But to defend your country, you have to use violence. So in that way, Buddha also talked about the basic foundation on that one. So Ambedkar argued that, so India should also follow the path of non-violence, but we should retaliate if being attacked. So Ambedkar's argument was Buddha's idea of non-violence should be the foundation for India's foreign policy. And absolutely true that from 1950 onwards, India has followed this foundation of Lord Buddha when it comes to non-violence, Gandhi's preaching of non-violence, because India has never attacked any country. Americans have done it, Western countries have done it, Chinese have done it, Russians have done it, but India has never attacked any other countries because we are a peace-loving country. Despite many problems within the country, we never attacked Pakistan. The only when they attacked, China attacked us, we retaliated. Pakistan attacked us, we retaliated. We never initiated any kind of an attack. So that is the foundation of India's foreign policy from the non-violence point of view. And we also have the no first use. So in 1999, India came up with the nuclear doctrine, where we talked about no first use, means we will never use nuclear weapons against any country which do not have nuclear weapons, or if they have nuclear weapons. So that was the point which Ambedkar argued. So that we could see that non-violence. So that has been continued. On nuclear disarmament, Ambedkar was also in favor, Nehru was also in favor. Rajiv Gandhi also presented a proposal in the UN in 1988 on nuclear, achieving global nuclear disarmament. So you can see India has been committed for global peace. So Ambedkar also argued on those lines based on the Buddhist text and other things. Then apart from this also last 2 points and I conclude that as Ambedkar also pitched for that India had a major role in world peace, establishing world peace. So in 1950 he argued, like Nehru also argued, that India has a major role at the global stage when it comes to establishing peace. So Ambedkar was also the same opinion, but he said if you are going to follow the idealistic approach to foreign policy, India cannot contribute on the global level. So we need to reframe that one. We need to be realistic, more pragmatic in foreign policy if India wants to play. Now we can see India as a global player. So G20 summit was one of the way in which Prime Minister Modi established the how India has emerged. Of course, there are many challenges on the other side, but nevertheless, as a global leader, we are here to emerge. So he argued that India should establish global peace in support with the other countries and all the things. Then Ambedkar also favored that India should continue to be with Commonwealth. So all the colonial countries which were ruled by British formed this organization called Commonwealth Nations. So India is still now part of the Commonwealth. So Ambedkar also argued that India should be part of the Commonwealth, despite they had ruled India for 100 years or the dark period 100 years or whatever it is. So basically, the Ambedkar argument, we should be part of Commonwealth. Even now, we are part of the Commonwealth because of several other benefits which we can gain from Commonwealth. And last point, I'll conclude. That is, Ambedkar also talked about the most important one, because in the present world order, we could see countries are spending more on military and defense. So we could see that many top 5 countries spend 60% of the global military expenditure. So America 1, China, India, UK, Russia. So these are the 5 countries, if you include Saudi Arabia and other countries. So these countries overall spend military expenditure is 60% of the global expenditure. So Ambedkar at that time had argued that India should not spend much on military and defense. It should resolve the problems, stop spending on that one, because he believed that major revenue which we are getting, in that majority of the revenue is going for defense and military. So for example, he argued on Kashmir issue itself that government's budget 50 crores was going towards Kashmir security and other things. Even now, India is spending more in Kashmir for security and defense purposes. So he said that we should stop spending more on that one, resolve the problem. So in 1950s, he argued, solve the Kashmir problem, we can reduce the budget, use that budget for human development, other aspects. So even now, yes, we are the largest importer of weapons. If you see last 10 years, we are the #1 country with regard to importing weapons according to SIPRI. And we are also in the top 3 countries having more military expenditure. We are also exporting weapons, but still on the global level, we can see that in top 100 companies, 1 or 2 Indian companies are there which are exporting weapons. Majority of the companies are all America, Chinese, South Korean, other things. But that's point aside. So Ambedkar argument was we should spend less on military. If you see the 2025-26 budget, India is spending close to around $80 billion on defense and military, excluding all space technology and other things, mission to moon, mission to Mars and other things. So Ambedkar argued that we should. So why he argued that if you resolve the problems and then if you have alliance with the other countries, then the expenditure on military will come down. That money can be spent on other things. So that is a point he tried to make. So overall, I conclude by saying that there is a lot of what we can say Ambedkar's ideas, thoughts and writings which are relevant for 21st century, which can be a guiding or a roadmap for the present government to follow and to make really India develop by 2047. Otherwise, I'm sure because we have so many problems in India, India is growing, that's fine. But serious problems are also there unless and until we don't address. So that can be addressed by taking the writings and ideas, thoughts of not just Ambedkar, Gandhi, Nehru, Patel. So all the Vivekananda, all the tall leaders, they have something to offer for India. They believed in India's growth, prosperity, and this thing. So in that way, the present government should look towards that aspects and then inculcate those aspects. And surely India would be a developed country sooner or later. And I thank you all for your patience listening and thanks for the opportunity because I could work on Ambedkar and foreign policy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and interesting talk. Your talk focused on Ambedkar's perspective on foreign policy and his critique of Nehruvian foreign policy. You also pointed out the difference between Nehru's idealistic and Ambedkar's pragmatic approach towards that. Just to add here, yesterday, one of our resource person, Professor Keshava, also addressed him as a pragmatic economist, sir. That speaks about the significance of his contributions to all the fields. And his vision for a strong nation was to reduce dependence on foreign aid, yes, which even Nehru agreed to. You also mentioned about collapsing of Indian forensic because of the PM's focus on resolving issues outside the country rather than internal issues. And you explained how Ambedkar was more inclined towards focusing on East Bengal and in comparison to the addressing the Kashmir issue. And you also spoke about his vision and insistence on India should be a Security Council member, which we are still trying to. And his argument that we should have better relationship with America and was against Nehru's closeness to China due to their expansionist policy. And he critiqued his anti-imperialist campaign. So he firmly believed that we should take the side of democracy and having focus on good relation with neighbors. Sir, if you allow me, I just have a question related to what you spoke.
Yeah, please, madam, please.
So can we afford to ignore the global situation and just focus on internal issues?
Mm.
Do you think that will be an appropriate approach in today's global scenario? And when we think of his idea about being participatory in the global peace, and if we do not actively participate in global scenario, can we expect ourselves to be working for global peace, which he wanted us to?
Yeah. See, basically, India has always wanted to aspiring to be a global player. So there's nothing wrong. Indian prime ministers, everybody aspired and worked, came up with successful policy to ensure India gets the right place at the global. So, but at the same time, they have contributed significantly, and that's the reason why now every entire world recognizes India, not just after 2014. So even earlier also the policies have been pointed there. But at the same time, we cannot ignore, if you want to sustain, we might be visible at the global level. If you want to sustain this, you need to address the internal problems. We cannot get away from the realities of internal issues. As long as we are not able to resolve this internal issue, we cannot have that sustainability when it comes to the global, as a global player at the global level. For example, Manipur. So Manipur has really given a very bad image about India at the global level. So that we can't do that thing. So if we say that, people will say that, okay, if the prime minister is going to solve the Ukraine-Russia war or going to solve Israel-Palestinian, what about the Manipur problems? It is still unresolved. So prime minister has not visited Manipur also so far. So that is one aspect. On human development, still we are lacking. We are in the 130th ranking with the human development index, gender index, innovation index. So if you see, many parameters are there where we are lacking. See, if you talk about research and development, so what is Indian government spending on R&D is less than 0.5% or less than 1%. What China is spending 3.5%, what America is spending 2.5%, what European countries are spending less than 2.5%. So you can see on R&D, so where we are spending, if you see top 20 global tech companies, where is Indian companies? So that is most important, where we are creating innovations. Why after C.V. Raman, we never had any Nobel Prize in science? We might have, but that they are Indian origin. They have settled in America and they have contributed for that country and that university, and we can claim that they are Indian origin. But the point I'm trying is human development. Of course, we have made great progress in space technology. That is fine, no doubt about it. But the other aspect, still human development, freedom of speech and expression. So several aspects we are lapping. So the point I'm trying to say is, global image India is gaining, but if to sustain, we have to resolve all the internal issues. Of course, we cannot solve all, at least majority of the issues, if they are resolved, then India will have a better stake at the global level. When our own house is not in set in order, how can we think of playing a dominant player? So that is the point.
That's true. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Participants, if you have any questions, please unmute yourself and you can ask.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, sir.
Sir, myself, Dr. Srini Naik from Government Degree College, Siddhartha Layout.
Yes, sir.
It's a very good presentation, sir. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I have one question, sir, regarding actually Ambedkar strongly advocate and addressing state socialism.
Yes.
So China being a socialist form of economy, at present second largest economy. So after USA, so government our India's economy even not reached the 3 trillion. So in this regard, actually we adapting so opposing policy of the Ambedkar. So we adapting globalization and almost 80% of the Indian economy we adapting globalization and privatization. Is there opposing of the state socialism who advocate or Ambedkar advocate this policy? If we adapting state socialism, can we achieve than the China level, sir?
Okay. See, basically, see, at the initial, when India became independent, so Prime Minister Nehru decided to go with a mixed economy. So socialism and capitalism both together. So we went in for a mixed kind of an economy. So that was many people critique saying that we shouldn't have gone with because India being a democratic country and the way independence struggle was carried out in India and the foundation of all the other religions which are there part of India being diverse and multi. So in that context, they went in for a more mixed economy that is there. But in the present context, if you see that, for example, the American economy in terms of GDP is close to around 30 trillion US dollar economy. And China is around, as per the Forbes International, where you can see, or even as per the World Bank also. So it is around $19 trillion economy. And India is now close to $4 trillion economy. Okay, so that is the point. So you see, America has $1 trillion deficit. Trade deficit is $1 trillion, whereas China has $1 trillion surplus. So the reason why it is not because of the socialist policy that China has made great progress. It is because of in 1978, they initiated the reforms. 1978, they came up with the economic reforms. India initiated the economic reforms in 1991. In 1970, India and China were on the same footing with regard to population, with regard to human development. So name it anything, India, industries, everything. But after the economic reforms, they completely transformed. So now China's success is not because of only socialism. So many people say China's economy is precisely, it's a market economy with Chinese characters. So Chinese characteristics where state control is there and state can play a very dominant role. In India, it is not completely state control. Of course, it is there, but still private players are playing a dominant role, we can see. So the kind of a Chinese character is not visible in India. So if you see reality, China claims we are socialist, but they are more capitalist than socialist. So more multinational companies exist in China than in America. America claims they are capitalist, but they are more socialist. There are more social welfare schemes, policies for the people. So in that way, if you see, America is more socialist and less capitalist, whereas China is more capitalist and less socialist. Same as Russia. So India has always tried to balance these two. So that's the reason why we are able to reach this. So if not for 1991 reforms or the technological revolution, IT revolution during Rajiv Gandhi period, or the nuclear testing during Indira Gandhi period. So everybody has contributed. So whatever India is today is precisely because of these things. Of course, a lot of reforms need to be done. But so somewhere it is going wrong. So the point is that Ambedkar's argument on the economy, if we had gone fully with socialism, we don't know what would have been things. But the present reality, when every globalization has made deep inroads into every countries, so we cannot, we might favor globalization, oppose globalization, but we can't ignore. So the present reality needs this kind of economic thing. So we are just $4 trillion economy because still we are importing and other things. Still, now we are talking about manufacturing sector. China is already the global hub for manufacturing sector. And Japan, South Korea, they're all focusing on manufacturing sector, but high-end technology. So we are not reached the stage of having a manufacturing sector of high-end technology. So China has DeepSeek, where we don't have any AI. So America has OpenAI. So where is our AI? platform. So on several things, we are not able to make greater input. So the socialism can't only be the factor in reforming, initiating economic reforms. So economic reforms are initiated with social characters. It can be economic reforms with Indian characters that could help. So it is not that Ambedkar's views at that time was relevant, but present globalization era, it might be different.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The talk was really engaging and you took the questions very patiently and answered. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
It was pleasure having you with us, sir.
Thank you
Now,
very much.
I
Thanks for the
request
call.
Srimati Ramya KN, Assistant Professor, Department of Management, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Shabana Farheen, Department of Political Science, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, to this August gathering. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I take immense pleasure in introducing the eminent resource person of this session, Dr. Shabana Farheen, Assistant Professor in the Department of Political Science at Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. Before joining Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Madam has served as a faculty in reputed institutions like Tertian College Siddhartha Nagar, Mysore, Regional Institute of Education, Mysore, and Department of Studies in Political Science, Manasa Gangotri, University of Mysore, Mysore, Karnataka. She has PhD titled A Study of Political Leadership in Karnataka with special reference to D. Devraj Aras. As a researcher, she has contributed articles and book chapters in the field of political leadership, styles and types leadership, minority and women representation in different journals and books. She has taken initiative to complete the trilingual fundamental glossary of political science in Kannada from MHRD Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, MHRD, Department of Higher Education at University of Mysore, Manasa Gangotri, Mysore, Karnataka. She has delivered lectures in different MMTTC centers. Her research interests are in Karnataka government and politics, political leadership, political sociology, Indian political thought and administrative theory. She is the present Joint Secretary, South Zone for Indian Political Science Association. Madam is a rich source of knowledge and I hope this session will be very informative. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, madam. Now I
Thank you.
request Dr. Shabana Farheen, madam, to share her perspectives on the topic of our conference. Over to you, madam.
Good morning to everyone. And first of all, I thank the organizing committee, the principal, Professor Anuradha Purushottam, for inviting me for this international conference. Am visible? Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, my screen is visible?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I thought that today, as Madam has suggested me to go through the women empowerment, so I thought taking up this one as empowerment of women through the lens of Ambedkar, what he has said and how he has taken up. Since yesterday, people are discussing about this one, that how Ambedkar has brought this Prabhutva Bharat, and also from that day to this day, we are seeing that one, his views and his thoughts, how much it is relevant in day-to-day life, not only in overall development of the country, but to the system of the society and also to the family also, including from the small unit to the higher level, to the international level. Just now we spoke and we have listened to Dr. Surendra, sir, who has given us a very wide thing that how internationally we can make ourselves. So he see the thought of him, and I think that one what Ambedkar has said about the leadership, what we have to, as my area is related to leadership, I see Ambedkar 360 angle. I see Ambedkar in a leadership form, whether it is a society, whether it is a woman, whether it is international level. So to start with, I'm going to start with that a question as most of us, we are listening, or maybe some of the students are there who are listening to us. And so I have made it very simple for them to understand that how we can take it up and how we can make a change. So my thing is that how we can bring a change, or who can bring a change. With this, I can say that one, that whether it is a state, where society, or individual. Can anybody, if the students are there, if they answer me, I will be very glad to listen to them. Is there anyone? If not, I continue with me.
Madam, they have logged through the YouTube, madam.
Acha, it's okay, ma'am, no problem. So my question is that younger generation, what we are seeing, or we people are wanting to say that one, that we want to bring a change, we want to bring a change. Who is going to bring a change? So whether is it a state, is it society, or individual? Who is going to bring a change in the society? This is my first question to the whole my audience who are listening and who are there online. But I will take it up and I will ask you the same questions at the end when I finish it up, and then we will be very clearly understand that one, whether it is a state, whether it is society, or it is individuals, we ourselves, how we are going to bring a change in the society when we are talking about empowerment of the woman. Empowerment means moving from a position of enforced powerlessness to the ones of power. So here, I say, why women need empowerment? We are born equal. We are living in the society equally. Why we need this empowerment? This is another question. So here I have written that this is the beginning. I think most of us have been understanding and listening to this sentence when Kamala Harris, in her vice presidential address, she said, "This is the beginning." My dear friends, please try to think about this one, that one. After 100 years, they are saying this is the beginning, that is the developed country. But we, as Indian people or Indian citizens, we have to think that one, that we are equal when we got the independence. But after 100 years, 250 years of their independence, they are saying this is the beginning for the woman. And another one great leader, that is Margaret Thatcher, we have said that, and she is the greatest leader, we can say that when she said that one, don't follow the others, let them follow us. Why should we go behind them? We will create our own way. This is the thought what I bring to the minds of the young people, that when we have to think that one, we have to empower ourselves. So what kind of empowerment we want? What type of empowerment we want? In today's present conference, what we are discussing about, that where we are discussing about the woman, status of the woman in the present situation, or how Ambedkar has made empowered woman to make her position at this level, at the present scenario, at the present stage. To understand this one, very interestingly, Ambedkar has said that one, we have to understand history to understand the development of a country or a development of a person. So we have to understand the history. When we understand the history of the country, then definitely we are going to develop ourselves personally. We can have a development in our lives. So I would like to take back to you people to the early Vedic period, to the late Vedic period, where the situation of the woman, how the women have. When we are talking about the existence of the world and all, we'll say that when different religions are giving about the different aspects, where they'll say that when they are born free, they are born equal. So where they are, how they were, we have to think about this one. When we are talking about this one, definitely I want to say about that we are having some moral, ethical values from that day to this day. Everybody, every human being or a species, what we are living on the earth, we are having a moral concept or moral ideology, but especially I'm focusing on the 4 ideologies about the moralities of India, what we are having with different thinkers or different thoughts. That is, when we talk about Karl Marx internationally, we speaks about the classless society. We need the classless society where we can bring a change and we can make that everybody is equal, that socialistic theory. But he is talking about economic morality, how we can give who is not having, haves and have nots, what he is speaking about, and the classless society he is speaking about. So economic morality he is talking about. When we take about our own Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, so we are talking about, he is talking about individual morality. When you are having the truth, when you are moving towards the path of the truth and living your life with a simple thing, then definitely you are going to develop yourself in the society. Ram Manohar Roy also, we have to understand that one, that political morality speaks about that one, how a leader should be and how his characteristics should be and how he has to serve the society, speaking in detail about that one. But when you talk about Ambedkar, I'll say that one, as a organic theorist of India, our original thinker, I can say that he is the original thinker who thought from the down level, or the last person to the highest level into the international level. He spoke about the social morality. That is the speciality of Ambedkar, what he has given us to think about this one, whether in the Vedic period or whether in the present age, we have to think about this social morality, what we have to understand about this one, that how individual will have to develop themselves, their personality, their society, their state, their country, how they have to. So this makes a very important role. When we are talking about the Vedic period, this early Vedic period, when it starts from 1500 BC to 100 BC, I may go wrong with some kind of dates, but this is the thing what I have researched with that. So here you see that when the position of the women, how was the position of the women? Women participation in the political, intellectual, and philosophical discussion was there. Earlier, in the early Vedic period, we can see these kind of things. You can get the example of Gosha, Maitreyi, Gargi. These are the ladies who took participation or political participation, and they had their own philosophical discussion how to administer, how to maintain our welfare schemes, how to maintain.
Sir,
I think we lost Madam. There might be some technical issue. dear participants, we are trying to connect with the resource person. It will just take 2-3 minutes. Please bear with us. Thank you.
Hello.
Please continue.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, madam.
Okay. 1 minute. Where was I?
You are referring to the Vedic ages and
Okay, right. Now I'm audible now?
yes, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I was just discussing about the Vedic period because I want to go through the history and then come to the present scenario, how the condition of the woman is. So Vedic period, I was talking about Gosha, Maitreya and Gargi. These are the example which they have given us, that they were people, there were women who were participating in the administration, people who are there, intellectual philosophers who are giving the guidance to the people who are living in the society at that time also. What happened next? How the scenario has changed? So I think I was supposed to put here Manusmriti's concept or Manu. So the total scenario has changed when you compare that one when Manusmriti you are talking about. Before that, I can think that one about the Buddhist period, how the Buddha from 600 BC to 200 BC, how the Tripitaka is talking about, where I can say that one that even Ambedkar speaks about so many women participants who were there in the Buddhist period, like Vishaka, Amrapali, Vishali, Gautami, Rani Malaika. Many number of things he speaks about that one. Buddhist Tripitaka, which has given importance when Buddha was giving Dhamma, her aunt came with 500 women and said that one, why can't you give us Dhamma? We also want to join. So the Buddhism, what he has given, Buddhism has given equal importance for those people who are women who are there to lead the life or to live in the society with their own intellectual and administrative capabilities. So bhikkhunis, they were there and they were participating openly in all kinds of discussion, whether it is a states or it is social or political, they are talking, they had the liberty and they had the dignity. That was the condition. So automatically when you talk about the Manu and the Manusmriti, the changes have taken place. I'm not going deep into it because most of the things people are studying about this one. So I thought of giving some kind of a thing when we relate to Basavanna in Karnataka, who has established the parliament, the first parliament in the world. And you will see that one, how our wife Neelambike was given much importance and how she has taken up the administrative thing when he moved off from Kalyani, and when he was leaving Anubhava Mantapa and going to the other place, then Neelambike wanted to stay back. And interesting thing is that you have to keep in your mind that the first parliament had 770 members, if I am not wrong, and out of that, 60 were Vachanagatis who were there, were discussing in the open discussion in the parliament. And also Akka Madhavi example you are having, I'm not going deep into it, but 60 out of 60 Vachanagatis, 30 were writing the Vachanas and giving all the things how the men were giving. That was the equality what Basavanna has taught. And this situation where he is talking about the equality, where he is talking about the social reforms, we have to think that one how the medieval period after that, you know that one how the Parda system came, or how people were fighting for their power on the one side, on the other side, the condition of the women, how it was. And then definitely you have to think about the British rule. British rule came, they didn't make any kind of changes in the social scenario. I can say that when they wanted to have the power of their own. So they didn't touch much about the social structure of the society. They wanted the power. So politically and economically, they wanted to extract, they did that one. And my question is here, what was the situation and how the situation of this woman in this scenario? When we talk about Ambedkar speaks about this one, that he says that one revolution has happened, we have to bring a counter revolution for that. That you will see number of time in his writings, in his thoughts, in his explanation, in his discussion in the parliament and all. We will see this kind of thing, that one, how he wanted to bring a counter revolution to the society, where we can give importance for the women also as that of the man. So here we are discussing, or we are thinking about the components which are the most important component for the woman, or woman empowerment we have. So according to my knowledge, what I wanted to discuss is that woman's sense of self-worth. What worth I am, what is my position, she has to think about. This is just I'm building up this, that you have to think about this one, that how we can bring a change in that scenario. I'm taking the right to have and to determine choice. They should have the choice to determine themselves and to lead their own life. The right to have access to opportunities and resources. And also the right to have the power to control their own lives, both within and outside the home or family, what I was discussing earlier. Also, I said about the society and also the family. And the next point is that the ability to influence the direction and social change to create a major just social and economic order nationally and also internationally. Here we have to say that one, that Ambedkar has strongly believed that women empowerment can be achieved by welfare of the woman. I'll say that one, man will bring the change. Who will bring the change in the society? Or men will bring the change? What type of change they will bring? So in the patriarchal system, you know that one, how we are. Even in Ramayana, Tulsi Das, if we are talking about, they have said about that woman is worth beating up. beaten up. हिंदी में एक वो है, धोर जवार शुद्रा पशु नारी ये सब दंड के अधिकारी. So you see the image and the condition of the woman at that time, and how Ambedkar want to bring a change in those people who are there, who are struggling their life from the downtrodden to come to the highest level. So as I told you that when he has given much importance and considered the rise of Buddhism as a revolution, he said that one. This revolution has to bring and changes has brought, and this weaker section will also get the position. In his view, he said that one, this will bring the what we can say that when it will reduce the pain of the woman. He is not talking about a particular woman of the Shudras or the Shudra community. He is talking women as a whole. We have to keep in our mind. Yes, he is particular about the Shudra community. In general, he is talking about the women. So Ambedkar considered them, and he says that counter revolution, what has come with to change the society was, at that time, it was Buddhism, and now we are going to bring that one by making changes in our constitution, or we can say that one making laws, he said that one. Buddhism brought about a change in the status of the Shudras and the women. That stress he is giving, much importance has been given to that. So you have seen that one, the Mughal Empire, as I was talking about, British Empire, I was talking about, all these things he has brought into, and has given us a beautiful, beautiful law book, which we have to enjoy those things what he has written there in our daily life. Why I'm saying enjoy is that one, that we are the women have to understand ourselves, and then we have to make changes in our society. So why this thought came to his mind? Because he has seen to the down level that how he has been tortured on the one side, on the other side, how the women are there in the society when he was young. So when he was exposed to the Western literature, the most thing what was there in his mind was that the crucial role in social transformation, how a woman can bring, and what I can do for them. That was his most of the concern, is that how I can bring or make a change in her position in the family, by giving them education, by giving them their rights, by giving their economic development or economic independence. With that, he was thinking that to make a change in the women condition are providing empowerment to the women. So he aimed at twofold social reforms. That's what I was stressing about, the reform of the Hindu family and the reorganization and construction of the Hindu society. See, family, when you give position or respect and also our rights in the family, then only we can make some kind of changes in the life of the woman. And also she has to be recognized. She has to get the recognition and also have to reconstruction of the society, which is much more later in the stages when he brought the Hindu Code Bill. Many people were thinking about that one, that why he is bringing that bill to scatter the system or the social structure what we are having here. He want to remove it off and you have to bring those lower group people. And there was much more controversy regarding this. But he thought that one, first we have to bring a change in the society, this family, and then we have to bring a change in the society. That made a drastic change, I can say this one, that one. He expressed the view that women were derived the rights to acquire education from their birth. Sure, I was talking about this one only, that from birth we are all equal. Birthright, when you have given to the human beings, then it is for all. There is no gender discrimination, should not be there. So he says that one, and he has given a strength to the woman like that. He says that he was, I have highlighted here, you can read out that one. He was a firm belief that unless the women themselves did not come forward to fight for the eradication of the social evils, their position in society would not improve. This is what Ambedkar is putting the power to the minds of the women. See, you yourself have to come forward to make a change in the society. Means what we are doing now, what we are seeing. We are all the times, it is not from the earlier days to the present days, we will say that someone has to work for us. Someone has to do something for us. Why should we wait for them? So he advocated number of measures, but I am highlighting this one when he consciously speaks about this one, that religious scripts have contributed very, very badly to the, or we can say the deplorable condition of the woman. They have provided so many shlokas, they have provided so many rituals, they have provided so many customs, traditions, that woman has to be like that, woman has to be like this. In Basavanna's example, you can take that one, that how he fought for her sister when she was put outside. And then also when he was having that thread ceremony, that time also he said, and why not for my sister? You put sister for my sister first and then for me. So this type of society, what Ambedkar wanted to bring is that we have to fight against the rituals, custom, traditions made by the people of the upper strata, and we had to bring a change in the society he's talking about. For that, he gave the rights and also the knowledge, I can say, right to knowledge and right to realize their spiritual potentialities. See, though we are having our sixth sense activity with us as a woman, and also we can take much great decisions, and internationally also we have been considered, we in the sense that women has been considered as the best managers in the world of the woman. So we have to understand that potentiality. That was the thing Ambedkar was talking about, that one, bring your potentiality outside. It is very much important for liberating yourself from this society. For your liberty and dignity, you have to fight for yourself, he says. Very wonderfully, he has given importance for the woman. So as a symbol of knowledge and character, he regarded education as a means to reach the doors of lights. That is 100% true, that education is making us to move forward, not the other things. Without education, nothing is going to happen. So he has given much importance for the education, and also institutions, what he has been established, he has given importance for that only, and also for the, especially for the women he has given. So as I told you that he is an organic intellectual, he sensed the nerves of the society, that one, if women get empowered, then everything will be settled down in the society. For that reason, he has provided education. And also he wanted to ask the people to cultivate the value of freedom and equality among themselves. So this is very much needed, you can say that one. And also he said that education is the only one thing which mold the waves or mold the ideas of the men, women, and the children. So when you are talking about education, education is much more required for each and everyone. You can say that. Here I can say that one, a thought of his. It is very interesting. You people have to understand this one. Lost rights are never regained by begging and by the appeal to the consciences of the usurpers, but by relentless struggle. See the next line, it is very wonderfully written, and he has given us the idea that goats are used for sacrificial offerings and not the tiger. Nobody touched the tiger, nobody touched the lion. Only those who are not having the power, who are easily available, those animals will be sacrificed. In that situation only, you think about the society. When we are talking about the society, nobody touched the powerful person, only to the person who are not having that kind of a power, whether it is money, social, or whatever it may be. So those people are being touched and they are being targeted, not the person who are there into the highest level or to the high position who are there living in the society. So when we are talking about the society's strong ethical foundation is required, then along with education, this moral and ethical values also he has given much importance for. Whether we are talking about Mahat Satyagraha, where number of women came forward and participated in that, or Kal Mandir, where Kala Mandir, where they have gone and they have resisted and they have come forward, and also they have established number of papers, number of writings. In the other name also they were writing, but when Ambedkar gave the power for them to recognize themselves and come forward in their own name, they came forward to establish so many associations and they came for to fight for their own rights. So here, this is a very interesting type, or we can say that very interesting topic. What we are going to discuss just now is, it is a hot cake which is going to discuss about in present scenario also about Hindu Code Bill in the other sense. I'm not taking the name of that. So here, I have to appreciate or we have to see the leadership qualities, the transformational leadership quality what Ambedkar had. Or I can say what the charismatic leadership what he had, and also I can say the servant leadership what he had in him. So the culmination of transformation, charismatic, and the servant leadership made him to go as a fountain of knowledge, we will say. So I will say that one, he is the greatest leader who has led the whole world, I can say, to improve the knowledge through education and also through their moral and ethical values, and also implement that one in day-to-day life. That is the greatest thing what he has said. So as you know that one, when he was there in the Bombay Assembly, he wanted to bring out this one Hindu Code Bill, and Hindu Code Bill has been rejected, or I can say that one, it has been said that one, we are not going to have this discussion in the parliament. They don't wanted to have discussion in the parliament. Why? Because it was affecting the higher strata. Opposition who are there in the highest position, they are opposing it. Can you believe this one, that when they wanted to bring this one right to property or divorce or about the marriage he is talking about in this bill, Sarojini Naidu itself has rejected this one. I said that I'm not going to accept. Think about President Rajendra Prasad. He said that when we are not going to have this kind of a bill, and also very close friend of his, or a politician, or we can say that one, a great leader, father of our country, the first prime minister of country, even he hesitated to bring this bill because the situation or the society was in such a condition that they don't want to touch to the upper class people and they don't want to give the power to the lower group. So this was a condition when they introduced this Hindu bill. Still, Urmila Pawar in her book, she has written, we also made history. In that very, very clearly she mentions about this one, that one, how the downtrodden women came forward to fight for this, because they don't want to become the goats. They want to become the tigers. They want to become the lioness. They want to become, to achieve that position, they want to show themselves. So here, though it is in Maiga, or we can say very few women came forward, but still at that time, the few were very much into the present scenario who made a change in the social system. So here the Hindu Code Bill, I'm not going once again into discussion, but I have to mention here about the marriage and the divorce, this thing. So when we are talking about this one, his concern is not limited to Hindu women only. His concern, as I said, that it is general for everyone, even in the Shastras or the Hindu Samhita or whatever you are talking about, the Manusmriti and all, there they are not given much importance for the woman. They are not given equal rights for the women. They are suppressed, they are depressed, and they are not having any kind of position. As you know that one, when she has to be there with the father, when she has to be there with the husband, when she has to be there with the son. Who knows? Only son will be there with her. What will happen if she won't bear the son? These type of questions will come when we go on reading about thoughts, when they speak about. So here, Ambedkar has not given only for the Hindu Shudra women, he has not mentioned much, but in general, he has given for everyone this Hindu Code Bill, what I'm talking about, the marriage he is talking about. So here, Muslim woman, even today, I can say that in some of the cases, even today in some of the states, they are not having any kind of equality. So you have heard about Tribal Talaq bill. You have discussed about that one. I'm not going deep into it because that is not my part. But still I say that one, talaq, 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 giving it 3 times over the phone or writing in a paper is over. That is the dominant position of the man. He won't have any kind of hesitation to say that one. But once married woman is always married woman, she should not say anything in the society and she is not having any kind of right. Here also the same thing with the other people or the other people, religion in the society, also the same thing. Women are not having any kind of position. But what exactly the religion speaks about? Here, as Muslim women, I want to say this one, that in Muslim community or in Sharia, they have mentioned very clearly that it is the right of the woman, or it is the parents has to give education to both girl and a boy. And the first shloka of Quran speaks about that one, that write and read. That is that. So when we are talking about read and write, it is not meant for only man or a woman or a girl or a boy. It is for everyone. And also Islamic Sharia gives property right. Islamic Sharia says not to have more than 1 marriage, but they are saying in a different way that they can have 4 marriages. But there are clauses. There are some conditions. After that only they can have. But this is very controversial thing, how they are talking and how they are discussing in the present situation. Once again, I'm telling you that one, this Parda system what we had, or this marriage system what we had, and also about the divorce. So most of, we did a survey in the 5 years back. So there we were talking about the Muslim girls, that one, do you know about talaq? They said, yes, we know about talaq. It is very dangerous for us in our life. Do you know about khula? They said, no, we don't know. See, the religion has given equal right for giving divorce to both persons. If she don't like, she can take khula. If he don't like, he can take talaq. This is the situation. But what the people in the upper strata or higher strata are there, they are taking and they are taking into their own way. How? So when we read and write that one, we will understand what is there in this religious books. Like that only, wherever we are finding, we have to bring forward that one. Yeah, this is there, why can't we take that one? You can't break it up into pieces and give this is there in the religious text. So there will be many things like this. Just this example I am giving, that Ambedkar has not given much importance only to the Shudras, I mean that when he has given importance in general to the woman empowerment, not having any kind of religion or any kind of other parameters. He has put that one. He said that one woman has to be given education, woman has to be given rights, woman has to be make them economic empowered. When these three sections will improve, then only we can see the development of that society, of that family, or of that state, we can say that. When you are talking about cultivation of the mind and the spirit of self-help among men and women, then we can see the society to grow in a very drastical changes will happen and it will go in a right path, we can say that one. To him, I mean to Ambedkar, education is most important factor for molding the life of all men, women and children, as I said earlier. Education is necessary for male as it is for the male. Male and female, both of them have to get the education, and that changes, thank God, to our education system. Everybody is having that kind of equal education. But yes, there is differences as we are talking about privatization and all. It is there, but still, if you want to study, if you want to go to the government schools, if your children has to go, the situation, our welfare schemes are there, which has been made by the government, which is providing us. Once again, I want to take your attention towards the thought or quote what he has mentioned about. History shows that where ethics and economics comes in conflict, victory is always with economics. Vested interests have never been known to have willingly devastated themselves unless there was sufficient force to complete them. To give economic development, to give empowerment, economic empowerment to the woman, how interestingly he said that one, that unless and until you give the economic independence to the woman, there is not going to see any kind of development, whether it is social, political, or any of the other things. So he wanted to liberate women from their sufferings and economic dependency. Once you become economically independent, you can take your own decisions. You can come out of those sufferings which we were there earlier, he said. So why he has given much importance, the whole thing what I'm discussing is only related to education, right, and also about the economic liberation what Ambedkar has given to the women. Whether he has given to the wife, yes, many will say that when he was not able to look after a wife, he has written number of letters. Most of you people have read about that one, that he want to help her, but he is unable to because of the other things, because of the national and international level of things what he is working on. So he has not given. So he has said that one, much importance has to be given to the health of the woman. Much importance has to be given to the economic condition of the woman. These all things will change only when they get rights, when they get educated. Rights, only giving the rights is also not needed, not much important. To giving property is also not. When they get the education, then only. So there is a vicious circle going around that when education only can bring a change in their mind and also in their economic independence also. When they get educated, they get the job, they get the livelihood, or they can grow. Whether nowadays we are talking about the privatization, we are talking about no girl is sitting aside and without having any kind of work. They are going and they are working. Through their education, they are changing their lives. So here, intellectually, what he has given that in the history, if you say, whenever we talk about ethics and economics will, and that examples you are seeing in nowadays structures also, nowadays economic development also, that one only the money matter plays a very important role rather than the ethics, we are saying that one. But still Ambedkar has not gone behind the ethics, not gone behind the morality, but he said that along with economic changes, with this ethics and moral values, that is social things, what you are talking about, social morality, one should have. One should use how much of things you need. earning, one should store how much of, like yesterday, sir was talking about that one, how much requirement of the resources you need, that much only you have to take, and you have to leave it for the others also to enjoy that one. But what is happening, you are seeing that one, how we are destroying our resources. So this should not happen. That way he has said about that one. Even not only for the men, he has said about, even for the women who are having their role in the society to maintain the family, to maintain the society, to have a position in the society. All things he has said that one, they should economically consider themselves on the one side, that they are working and they are earning, and to spend, how to spend that one, on which he has to spend, has given much importance for him. He criticized the degradation of women in the society to very extent. I can say this one, that one, from the beginning I'm talking about this one, so I'm not going deep into it. Then another very interesting slogan I have written here. Sorry. So long as you do not achieve social liberty, whatever freedom is provided by law is of no avail to you. This is also very interesting, that one. Unless and until you or we make ourselves any kind of a changes, we are not going to enjoy those, whatever may be the laws they are bringing, whatever they are doing. So social liberty makes us to make changes. If you are making the laws, if you are giving all the freedoms, and you are saying on the other side, oh, women should not go out, girls should not go out, then it is no use of it, isn't it? So social liberty is saying that one, without achieving social liberty, we can't avail any kind of laws which has been made. But here I want to bring to your views to think about that one, that the approach what he had towards women's rights is exclusively different from that of the other social reformers like Jyotiba Phule, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, even Mahatma Gandhi. They tried to reform the society of certain outdated customs and practices without questioning the hierarchical social order. But Ambedkar made his own view for the women's rights, and that has been reflected in Indian Constitution. I'll say that one. That's what I say, that one, the beautiful concept what he has given, the beautiful law, or we can say the beautiful flower bouquet, where the whole colors, the whole flowers, whichever is mentioned, like articles 14, 15, 16 to 32, 40, 42, number of articles, where he says that when equality has to be given to maintain social justice, you need those. Imagine if he would have not given us that beautiful flower bouquet to us, that is Indian Constitution, where would have been, where the position of the woman would be. We have to think about that one, and we have to say that each and every day when we are enjoying each liberty, freedom, whatever we are talking about, that we have to thank Ambedkar. I can say that one, that he has secured these goals by giving us this, that the Constitution, and also in the preamble, how very minutely he has mentioned that one, how equal importance has been given to each and everyone, that is especially the woman he has mentioned about. He has mentioned about 3 formula thing. Yes, all the times we discuss about this one: educate, agitate, and organize. This is the powerful tool what he has given us to bring a social change in the society. He wanted these depressed classes to be conscious of their rights, which was denied to them from centuries. Educating downtrodden people, he thought that it is the way, or it is the path to bring the consciousness and self-respect and dignity in their life. With this only, we can bring a change in the society, what he said. So what he has said is that fight to equality. What you are talking about, where you are talking about, I can give an example for this equality we are talking about. If a number of our houses, even in my house, I will see that one, that a boy will go to the international school, a girl will go to the government school. Even today I am talking about, see, the education and education power we are talking about, where is this equality? We have to fight for our equality. The young minds has to come forward to see this equality. But I'm talking once again how we talk about the liberty in the negative way and the positive way. Positive liberty is very much needed, not negative. Like that only, equality where we want, how we want, we have to go and get that opportunity of equality, not unnecessarily saying that one that XYZ. I'm not taking the example of that. So those type of liberties and equality we don't want. We want to lead our life equally like how the men are living or how the other creatures are living. I mean, either human beings are living. So we should know our rights. He has given much importance for this. I'm not going deep into it. So he has asked us to understand our rights. Be the voice of the voiceless, he said. And he was the person. He was the person for the voice of the voiceless. He has thought about the last and the least person of the society. When the least person will get the equal opportunity, equality, equal freedom, then only we can see this development or empowerment can happen. And especially for the woman, the least woman, when she gets, then we can say that when this development may happen. So he said that one, question the norms, question the laws, question the nowadays how it is, what it is. Once again, it is a question mark. This is our thing that we understand, we know our rights, we know our law, then only we can question. Simply we can't criticize, simply we can't say anything. So first of all, that's what I began with, that history. We should know the history. So with that history, we will come to the think of reality. When we are thinking about or talking about reality, then we can fight and ask for the norms that one, whatever the norms you are making, how it is, what it is. And a special thing, this one, self-respect is the key for the woman empowerment. I will say that one. We people or the women will think, even we will see that one now also in the lower community, that type of Manuvad or Manu ideas are existing in present situation. Can you believe this one? Even a woman or Shudra woman who is working or who is going for work will obey her husband and bring all the money, all the salary, and just pocket to the husband. So you imagine the pathetic condition of women in the 21st century. I'm talking about then when Ambedkar has given us all these things, that he says that self-respect is much important. I have to give respect for myself first. Then only the other person will. I have to protect my dignity. Then only other person will protect our dignity. So this kind of self-confidence is talking about. See, nobody will give these kind of things to the people who are there at Shudras at that time. Boldness. He thought about this one, and he said that this boldness has to come forward in the minds of the Shudra women, that they can also speak. Can Shudra women speak? Yes. At that time, it was not there. So he brought in their mind that when you people are having your rights and you people are having your self-respect, self-dignity, you have to work for that. And then he very beautifully, he says that unity, diversity, which I'm not going to give due to the paucity of the time. So economic empowerment, I have said about this one, economic empowerment, even without this, there is no development of the woman. When they can have the economic empowerment, they can take their own their own decisions. Even he says, when he talks about the marriages, he says that when you are marrying a boy, a man, then you should not give totally yourself and you become a slave of that person. You ask for your dignity. You ask for your respect. You ask for equality for that. So that way you can bring changes, or you can become empowered. Otherwise, it is not possible. Until and unless the women speak, there is not going to happen much. Law is a tool for a change. That is 100% the thing that one. Who is making the law is also much more important. Law is a tool for a change. Yes, a person, intellectual person, organic intellectual who knows the nerve of the society, that person can bring a change. Those laws he can bring, and very boldly he can. That's what I told you. When Hindu Code Bill was introduced, then he said it was not discussed. He has supposed to resign that one. Why he resigned that one? And later, it has been come into 4 different acts. I think you people know about this one, the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955, the Hindu Succession Act of 1956, the Hindu Minority and Guardianship Act of 1956, the Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act of 1956. See, very intelligently, Nehru, by bringing some of the changes into it, later, after his resignation, after that, he brought those things. So when we are talking about these changes, when we see about the history of India, there were people, there were leaders who had their moral values with them. They were working for the society. That's what I was talking about. Transformational leaders we had, servant leaders we had. We didn't have transactional leaders like nowadays what we are finding. There's a difference between transactional and transformational leaders. Transformational leaders who bring changes in the society without having any kind of what we can say, that they are not having any kind of thing that I have to acquire all the things, I have to keep everything, but they are sacrificing their whole life to the society. They are sacrificing their whole, I can say that when at that time people were there who are giving everything to the society, and they were making changes and bringing changes in the society. But there were leaders who were there. They were talking about Zamindari system, but they have never come out of that Zamindari system. They were talking about abolition of sati system. They were talking about abolition of widow remarriage and all those aspects of at that time, the 18th century or 19th century earlier. But people were not there like that. Those are the transactional leaders, I can say that one, who said that one, I will give you something, you give me something. That in exchange, what is happening. But nowadays also you will find this type of leaders, transactional and transformation leaders, but we are having less servant leaders. Servant leaders in the sense that one, they will be serving to the society, to the humanity, to the mankind. Where are these type of leaders now? They are not there. So law is a tool for change in that sense. If you take who are making the law, that means a lot to the society. So finally he says that word, never give up. This attitude made Ambedkar as a fountain of the knowledge. That's why his statue is there in London, and it has been written that he is the person of knowledge, a fountain of knowledge. So why I am telling you this one is never give up. The young mind, young people, we people will give up so early. We never want to, or we don't want to go or step out of the box to reach our goals. We want to be in that screen or in that box only, and we will be fighting with each and everyone. There are some other spaces, there are some other places, and also there are some spaces where you can get more education, where you can get more opportunity. We are not going there. We are keeping ourselves. So Ambedkar said that never give up. He said, I will be sitting on this, I will be doing on this work only. I will never give up fighting against this society, against this bringing equality in the society. Until that, I won't keep quiet. That was his adamant, will say that one. That character made him to bring the other sense. We can say that he never gave up any of the things in his life. He said that one, I will go and drink the water. He'll say that I will enter to the temple. He said that I will go abroad. I will study there. So these type of ideas, what he had, the strong mental thing, what we are talking about, so that make him so great. So those kind of qualities we have to incorporate in ourselves, but we are not having that much of time to read. We are not having that much of time to think about or spend some of the time to work on the weaknesses of ourselves. So there he says that one, the woman should never give up, or say that one, when you give up some of the things, then you are becoming weak. That's what I said you, that not goats, we have to become tigress, or the lioness we have to become. So in that sense, he said, and he has put those ideas into that time, say that one 90s, 1900 to 1950 period is there, no? That played a very important role. And those Bahujan Samaj societies who came forward to fight for that So those are many examples are there where women participated and women came forward to say that one, yes, these are the things which we have to give. So he wanted women to empower themselves with education, with their own voice, with self-respect, with dignity, and also to understand all those things and also live together type of concept has come in his mind, and he wanted to incorporate those ideas into the minds of the people. So when we are talking about Ambedkar, the most important point what he has mentioned about literate but not educated. Most people are literate but not educated, we are saying this one. Why we are talking about this one? Educated people will think twice. Educated people, before their action, they will think thrice and then they will do their own actions. So that's why he has given much importance. When you get education, you know the rights. When you get the rights, you will get all the powers what you want in the society. So women empowerment plays a very important role in the society, as more than 50%, 52% of the people, women are there, but still we are struggling to come forward in our places or in our societies or in our families to come forward for equality, for liberty, for freedom, all these things. So once again, I want to go back to this education, educate and organize. I'll say that one, you take to the other sense that one, organize. We are not organized. What he said, we are not organized at all at this time. How we are agitating without having any knowledge, without having any kind of deep thought, deep roots of that, we are just making ourselves that one, yes, this is right, okay. Now somebody is saying this one, okay, this is right. Somebody is saying that one. And we are not educated, we are literate only. Yeah, we know how to write, we know how to read and how to write, but we are not thinking, we are not educated. So what Ambedkar has made the women to understand these three concepts. I will say that one, he has given it to everyone, but I will take in person that empowerment of the women, that organize. So how we are organized? Definitely not. One woman is not happy with the other woman in this situation, and one religion is not happy with the other religion, and one religion person is not happy with the other. These type of things are there, and we are having all WhatsApp universities where we are not getting deep root knowledge of any of the subject, where we have to understand the thing, and then we are not having, that's what I was talking about, the education, that we are just literate. So he said that you want to become the light. The education has to become a light or a torch in your life. That means you have to understand and you have to educate yourself. Not only educating yourself is enough, you have to educate your children. You have to educate your children and make the children to understand what is the situation of the society. You have struggled, you have come forward, and those people who are there at the present situation, they have to come forward and they have to understand. So that's what my humble request to everyone is there, whoever it may be, the women, we have to organize ourselves. We are not having that kind of a thing. So differences are there much more within our family, we can say, within our organization, we'll say any sanghas, samitis, whatever we are having nowadays, there only their differences are there. What Ambedkar has said, education has brought a change. Otherwise, we are not, we would have not sat here. I would have not been there in Manu. Now today I am in Dravidian University having definitional dictionary we are making. I would have been not here if I would have been not organized or we are not educated. So these type of things we have to bring in our day-to-day life. Then only we can give respect to the person who is talking about all these things. Today I'm sitting and talking only because of, I can say not only, we can say the special importance I can give to him, because without a constitution I would have been not here. Reservation policy, I would have been not here. So they are saying in today's discussion in one of the paper, they have said that it will take more than 200 years for some of the states to give 33% reservation in jobs, in police department, in other of the things. This is one report, just it has come. So imagine that one, living in the 21st century, we are saying another 100 years we need, another 200 years we need to give 33%, or we are talking about 50% in the local level we have given, then how we are going to bring changes? So there I will say that when education plays an important role, organizing ourselves plays a very important role. So my question started with who can bring a change? That means that I think everybody will agree that when we ourselves has to bring a change. Without bringing ourselves a change by sitting one corner and we are talking, we are discussing and not implementing these things in our day-to-day life, then definitely we are not going to have, it is not going to happen. Another one example, just I want to say that when untouchability, removal of untouchability, we are talking about Article 17. Do you think it has been removed? It has been over? No. In some of the states, in the southern part, it has been reduced a little, but in the north part, it has been still more and more. And nowadays, changes how it has happening, you are seeing that one. So we need, I think that when I request everyone to understand our constitution, to understand our law, educate ourselves, agitate, and then we have to organize once again ourselves in a new era, in a new system to bring a change and provide that equal opportunity to the women folk who are struggling, who are fighting for that. Yes, the situation has been better with the globalization, with the privatization, the situation has been little changed, but other problems also have arisen. So there we need these educated people, not literate people. So there we need organization. There we have to understand the root cause of that particular thing, and then we have to react for that. For something or the other thing, somebody has said something, some changes, some thing will happen in the society. That should not happen. First, we have to understand the thing that what the problem exact, where it is going wrong, and then we have to react for that. Sudden reaction we should not take. So I will say that when in conclusion that we have to cultivate the habit of organizing ourselves and understanding each other as a human being. Human being we are, but being human is very difficult. So we have to be human, and being human plays a very important role for us in our life. And there we can bring some of the changes in the society. Our empowerment of the woman can play an important role. Otherwise, it is really very, very difficult to make the changes in the society. I would say that one, this much is enough. I can conclude this one with the permission of the chair, with the permission of the organizers. Can I conclude?
Yes, madam.
Your voice is very slow, ma'am.
Madam, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, madam, you can.
Yeah, thank you very much for providing this opportunity. Once again, I will thank the principal who has organized, and Anuradha madam, and also Purushottam who has taken my name and recommended for me my name to this conference. Thank you very much.
Madam, thank you. We sincerely thank you for your time and sharing your valuable insights with us. Your expertise on the topic was very much evident in your talk, which was very impactful, madam. You started with a very valid question. Who is going to bring the change and why women need empowerment? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. And throughout your talk, you started with Ambedkar's idea that we have to understand the history to get to that answer for that question. And you highlighted the journey of this process through the ages, whether it is during the Buddhist period or British age, and then how Ambedkar considered Buddhism as a revolution, which brought change in the position of women and how it can be implemented in today's situation. And you also spoke about Hindu Code Bill, and you rightly, I believe personally that you rightly emphasized the importance of education and the focus on the health, which we need to consider seriously. And this can happen only when we educate our girl students. And the greatness of Ambedkar lies in the fact that he thought about empowering every oppressed person in the society, including women. And I totally agree with you when you say that self-respect is the key to women empowerment, madam. Thank you once again, ma'am. We are grateful for your for you accepting the invitation and being part of this two-day multidisciplinary international conference. Thank you once again, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will take questions if there are any.
Yes, madam. Namaste, madam.
Namaste, sir.
Madam, it was a very nice session we have conducted, and it is very knowledgeable. We are very happy to your session. I have a small questions, madam. In this present scenario, we talk about Ambedkar views and women empowerment and all. Is there any difference between women empowerment and women freedom? Because in present scenario, which aspect we need to concentrate or to more focus, whether it should be women empowerment or women freedom?
Sir, if you empower women, freedom automatically she will get. No need to give freedom. She is born free. So you have to empower. I will say that when this patriarchal system has created her to be away from all those things, once you put her some kind of moral or some kind of support to her, she will grow like anything. So freedom, she don't want any kind of freedom. She is having that kind of freedom. By birth, she has got the freedom. But the thing is that you people have to empower her.
Yes.
When you empower from the family, the changes has to come from the family. So this work I will do, this work you will do, that kind of a thing will start. No, if you give that kind of a thing, empowerment, she will become free. There is nothing.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I request Srimati Vasant Purnima, Assistant Professor of History, to introduce our international speaker to the participants. Over to you, madam.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, and dear participants. Good afternoon all. I am Vasanta Purnima, and it is my great honor to introduce our distinguished international speaker, Professor A.W. Gohar, to this two-day international virtual conference on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, organized by Department of Political Science in association with IQSC and the Research Cell. Professor Gohar holds master's degree in commerce with a specialization in finance and international business and a bachelor of commerce from Nangarhar University, Afghanistan. He brings with him rich academic experience, having served as a faculty member in strategic management at Boston University, Afghanistan for 5 years, where he taught subjects including strategic management, finance, and microeconomics. Professor Gohar holds a master's degree in commerce with specialization in finance and international business and a Bachelor of Commerce from Nangarhar University, Afghanistan. In addition to his teaching career, Professor Gohar has held several key administrative positions, including serving as a financial manager in various institutions. He has also worked as a master trainer with GIZ and contributed meaningfully to electoral process. Professor Gohar is widely recognized for his adaptability, excellent communication skill, and strong commitment to lifelong learning. He has published several research papers in reputed journals and has presented his work at various international journals. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us today. We eagerly looking forward to your valuable address to our participants. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima ma'am. Now we will listen to our international speaker. Over to you, sir.
Everyone, I am Abdul Wasi Gawhar from Afghanistan. It's my privilege to share my views about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the chief architect of the Indian Constitution. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, popularly known as Babu Sahib, was the chief architect of the Indian Constitution. a veritable emancipator of Dalits, a great national leader and patriot, a great author, a great educationist, a great political philosopher, a great religious guide, and above he was great himself without any parallel among his contemporaries. He was born in Meher family of Ambed, a small village in Ratnagiri in Maharashtra, on 14 April 1891. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was the 14th child of his parents. Since he was from an untouchable community devoid of dignity and pride, his childhood was full of humiliation and deprivations, whether in classroom or in playground or in any public gathering. Surprisingly, he rose to be a highly qualified man with high academic degrees of MA, PhD, DSc, and barrister at law. Dr. Ambedkar was appointed as the first Law Minister of Free India. On 29 August 1947, the Constituent Assembly appointed him as the chairman of the drafting committee along with 6 other members to draft the Constitution of India. There are key contributions of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. First, chairman of the drafting committee. As chairman of the drafting committee, he played a pivotal role in shaping the Constitution. Extensive knowledge and understanding. Ambedkar's deep knowledge of law and his commitment to the social justice were instrumental in the drafting process. Advocacy for marginalized groups. He championed the rights of marginalized communities, including Dalits and women, ensuring their inclusion in the Constitution. Inspiration for a social and economic revolution. His vision for an inclusive India free from social evils was reflected in the Constitution provision for equality, justice, and freedom. In essence, Dr. Ambedkar's leadership and contribution were crucial in shaping the Indian constitutions into a framework that promotes social justice, equality, and individual rights for all citizens, making him the architect of the Indian Constitution. It took the drafting committee 141 days to draft the Constitution, which presented to the President of the Constituent Assembly on the 21st February 1947. A great deal of discussion and debate on different provisions of the draft Constitution was dealt exclusively by him. A Herculean task through it was to convince each and everyone around while keeping the numerous interests of a society in mind. Dr. Ambedkar came out victorious. And so our Constitution, the largest written in the world, was adopted on the 26th November 1949. The section of fundamental rights and constitutional remedies owed much to Dr. Ambedkar. Part 3 of Indian Constitution guarantees the fundamental rights to its citizens. Some of the fundamental rights contained in Article 15, 17, 23, and 24 are also enforceable against the individual, as there are very significant rights relating to prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religions, race, caste, sex, or place of birth, etc. As regards the constitutional remedies, Dr. Ambedkar characterized Article 32 as the very soul of the Constitution and the heart of it. Speaking in the debates in the Constituent Assembly, as regards the constitutional remedies, Dr. Ambedkar characterized Article 32 as the very soul of the Constitution and the heart of it. Speaking in the debates in the Constituent Assembly, he said, "If I was asked to name any particular article of the Constitution as the most important, I would not refer to any other article except this one. Article 32 authorizes the Supreme Court to not only issue direction, orders, or writs in the nature of habeas corpus, mandamus, certiorari, etc., or any other appropriate remedy as the case may be for the enforcement of fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Ambedkar was a strong advocate of parliamentary form of government rights from the inception of the Government of India Act of 1935. He firmly believed that parliamentary system of government alone can usher in an egalitarian society through the application of principle of social democracy. The parliamentary form of government was considered to be more democratic, and according to Dr. Ambedkar, there is daily and periodic assessment of responsibility of the government under parliamentary system. He described the role of president as he is the head of the state but not the executive. He represents to nation but does not. He said, the draft constitution is federal constitution in as much as it establishes what may be called dual polity. This dual polity under the processed constitutional will consist of the union at the center and the state at the periphery, each endowed with sovereign powers to be exercised in the field assigned to them respectively by the Constitution. The draft constitution can be both unitary as well as federal according to the requirements of time and circumstances. In normal times, it's framed to work as a federal system, but in times of war, it is so designed as to make it work as though it was a unitary system. Dr. Ambedkar played a crucial role in laying down the directive principle of state policy, a unique feature of the Indian Constitution. This principle mandates that the state shall strive to promote the welfare of the people by securing and protecting just social order. A close scrutiny of the directive principle in our Constitution reveals that they contain social, Gandhian, and liberal ideas. The particular aim of this directive principle is to make India a welfare state by introducing socialism in economic sphere, to provide social security and better standards of sanitation and care for all, to emphasizes duty towards women, children, and the obligation towards the backwards and tribes classes. These principles are, however, not enforceable in any court, nor the Constitution proposes any duty to apply these principles in making laws. When fundamental rights are negative in character, the directive principle set forth a positive program for the state to be implemented at its own convenience. Although they are not enforceable in the court, the Constitution solemnly proclaims them to be fundamental in the governance of the country, and it shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. These principles are to serve as signposts and guide the state in all its work. The real contribution of Dr. Ambedkar is reflected in the proactive discrimination scheme or the reservation policy of the government envisaged. Under some provision of Part 3 and many of Part 4 dealing with the constitutional mandates to ameliorate the condition of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes and the other backward classes. Provision like Article 17 prohibiting untouchability. Article 30 dealing with the protecting of minorities are some of the notable examples. Article 15 and 16 of Part 3 and Part 6 and Schedule 5 and 4 dealing with the upliftment of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes speak clearly about the substantial and significant contribution of Ambedkar for the development of the untouchables. As my last words about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contribution to the Indian Constitution is undoubtedly of the highest order. Indeed, he deserved to be called the father of the chief architect of the Indian Constitution. As a tribute to his great efforts and achievements, Ambedkar was awarded Bharat Ratna posthumously as a token of respect and reverence. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. So we are grateful to you for accepting our invitation and agreeing to address the participants, and also for sharing your perspective on the work and life of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Sir, in your talk, you mentioned Ambedkar's inclusive India and his concern for empowering every individual in the society. Thank you once again, sir. I would like to thank our resource persons of the day on behalf of the organizing committee and the college, Professor Surendra Kumar, and then Dr. Shabana Farheen, and our international speaker, A.W. Gauhar. Thank you, one and all. Dear participants, now we will take a lunch break and we will gather again at around 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Namaste everyone, I am Parvati M, Associate Professor of Commerce. I am here to introduce Dr. Suresh Chenge, University Librarian and NAC Coordinator.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and esteemed delegates. Welcome back to the afternoon session of second day, two-day multidisciplinary international virtual conference on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, organized by the Department of Political Science in association with IQAC and Research Cell of the Government First Grade College, Siddhartha Nagara, Mysuru. Now, I request Srimati Parvati, Associate Professor of Commerce, to introduce our next resource person, Dr. Suresh Jange, University Librarian, Gulbarga University, Kalburgi. Over to you, madam.
Namaste everyone, I am Parvati M, Associate Professor of Commerce. I am here to introduce Dr. Suresh Chenge, University Librarian and NAC Coordinator, Gulbarga University, to this August gathering. Sir has around 26 years of experience, which includes working at ETDC, Department of Electronics, Hyderabad, and Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. He has completed the major research project funded by the UGC on development of e-content on traditional knowledge and folk wisdom of Hyderabad, Karnataka region in 2012. He has the experience of working as a coordinator for digital knowledge project which aimed at connecting 1000 Gram Panchayat libraries in Hyderabad, Karnataka region during 2015 and 2016. Sir has also completed a project on Open Air Green Library and RFID technology in 2019-20. He has been part of IT infrastructure development for smart access and online learning supported by Ministry of Human Resources, Skill Development and Organic Agriculture, a Government of Karnataka undertaking. Dr. Suresh Chenge has received 2 prestigious international fellowships from the Universities of New Zealand and Australia. Another one is Commonwealth Professional Fellowship to work at University of East London. Sir is a prolific writer with around 2,200 publications in reputed journal, along with 5 books and 5 edited books. Sir has successfully guided 12 PhD students and 18 MPhil students. At present, Sir is working as Vice President of Indian Library Association, and the Government of Karnataka has nominated him as Chairman of State Level Book Selection Committee of the Department of Public Libraries. He has been honored with the Best Librarian Award given by the Government of Karnataka and Ila Gidwan Deshpande Best Academic Librarian Award during the year 2017. And in 2021, he has received Ila Kaula Best Librarian Award. We are the Government First Grade College, Siddhartha Nagara, feel honored by your presence in the seminar. We are eagerly looking forward to your talk, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce an eminent scholar to our participants. Thank you.
Thank you for everybody. Now, I request Dr. Suresh Jange to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to be a part of this two-day multidisciplinary conference on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of modern India. I take this privilege and opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference, particularly the dynamic librarian Dr. Siddharamu and all the esteemed teaching and non-teaching faculty of Government First Grade College, Mysore, for making me a part of this great noble conference. On the eve of 134th birth anniversary of Bharata Ratna, Baba Saheb Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of Indian Constitution, kindly accept my hearty greetings to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been entrusted with a responsibility to deliver a talk on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. See, my presentation is the amalgamation of Dr. Ambedkar and the library. So, I have chosen a topic on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's passion towards information, passion towards education, passions towards libraries. So, the relevance in the digital revolution for building the knowledge society. So, I touch upon all these aspects in this particular lecture today. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is popularly known as Baba Saheb Ambedkar. He was one of the most fascinating and outstanding intellectual leaders of India that the world has ever seen, and not only that, he possessed a warrior-like personality and also received the highest academic honors from some of the world's most prestigious universities. He made massive efforts to steer society down the road of a democracy, dignity, and fraternity. He made all the efforts in establishing a system which is based on the democratic values of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity for the welfare and development of a society in India. Ladies and gentlemen, the pillars of Indian society, if you look from the annals of the last century, you can find that Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, the father of library science in India, who has been the great motivator and a model to the field of library and information science. On the other hand, the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is another great personality who has given us the Constitution of India, which is a base for the development of our country. And there is a direct relation between Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and the libraries. It is mainly because of the passion, love and affection of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar towards library. The reason is libraries are the temples of the learning. Library possess the information. Libraries are the pillar of any society. The health of our civilization, the depth of our awareness, and the understanding about our culture and our concern for the future can all be tested as to how well we have prepared our libraries in this 21st century. That is the reason as to why Dr. B.R. Ambedkar love libraries, love information, love education for the society. That's why he said that ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ನೂರಾರು ಭಿಕ್ಷುಕರು ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಂಥಾಲಯ ಕಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ನೂರಾರು ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರೆ. So that is what the modern rule of library, the modern rule of law laid down by the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. My dear library professionals, my dear teaching faculty, and all the experts in different disciplines, we are living in this fascinating time of a change and a promise, wherein change is always for the betterment of the society. Change is inevitable as and when the situation warrants. In fact, information and communication technology is one of the greatest innovation of mankind. When the technology has innovated in all the spheres of our academic and research institution, it is we have to change according to the situation and try to understand the quote by Lord Buddha that the value of life is not based on how long we live, but how much we contribute to others in our society. That is the funda of Indian society today. See, when you see the life history, education, challenges and prospects over a period of time, how Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji lived, you will be astonished to see the pain that he has undergone over a period of a time, right from his birthplace till his last lenders resort. Okay, so जिंदगी आसान नहीं होता, जिंदगी उसे आसान बनाना पड़ता है, कुछ अंदाज से, कुछ नजरअंदाज से. That's how we have to see the world with Dr. sparkling life history of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. If at all I have to just define about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, let me tell you in Hindi, हालत के कदमों पर सिकंदर नहीं झुकते, टूटे हुए तारे कभी जमीन पर नहीं गिरते, बड़े शौक से गिरते हैं लहरें में समुंदर में, पर समुंदर कभी लहरें में नहीं गिरते. That is the philosophy, that is the lifestyle of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He never compromised his life to any evil thing that happened over a period of time during his lifetime. In fact, he is a great personality who acquired all the knowledge in different disciplines, maybe economics, politics, law, philosophy, sociology, and whatnot. He dedicated his entire life for equality, brotherhood, and humanity. He always tried his best for the upliftment of the depressed classes. In fact, today the Indian economy and Indian society are facing many economic and social problems, but Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's thoughts and actions may guide us for the solution of these problems. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is a man who serves as a model for the younger generation to emulate. You see, everyone, irrespective of his caste, see, ಇಂದು ನಾವು ನಮ್ದು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಅಂತ ಇದು ಇದೆ ಅದು ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಒಂದು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿದವರಲ್ಲ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕನ್ಫೈನ್ಡ್ ಟು ಒನ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ. ಹೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಈಸ್ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಬೈಫರ್ಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದು ತಪ್ಪು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಮಾಡೆಲ್, ಈಸ್ ಎ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ who should be taken as a base to solve any problem of the country. My dear library professionals, my dear teaching faculty, research scholars, today learning is as old as humankind. Today learning is perhaps one of the most natural inclination that one has to do here. The contemporary situation that we are today looking at, say, lifelong learning is a necessity for employability and survival. Okay, a key to this 21st century is learning should be throughout the life. That's what Dr. B.R. Ambedkar practiced in his life. He touched upon each and every corner of the subject. He is a man who knows each and every bit of a knowledge. Normally for a librarians, we say that librarians are not confined to one subject. We deal with entire gamut of a knowledge. On the same line, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is a personality who is not confined to one subject, but he deals with entire gamut of a knowledge. Okay, so when we see that today, when you see the struggle that Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar has seen, see, if you notice, when he born on 14th April 1891 in Mahavu Cantonment, Madhya Pradesh, see, he started his slow career, with, although he belongs to scheduled caste, but his education, his vision, his visibility, his thrust for equality, that the caste have never come into the picture. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar graduated from Bombay University in 1912 with a BA in Economics, Political Science. Later, he did pursue his MA and PhD from Columbia University in New York, USA. And he submitted a PhD on the evolution of provisional finance in India. Okay, after Columbia visit, Dr. Ambedkar moved to London, where he registered at the London School of Economics and Political Science to study economics. Okay, so if we see the qualification, the achievement that he has done, we are nothing in front of him. But that is the reason, we have to see him as a model to the country, not only the country, but to the world at large. Okay, so when we specifically look for Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar and his love for books, love for library, my dear academic and research community, when Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was studying at Columbia University, he had brought more than 2,000 books to read. Baba Saheb's love for books continued throughout his life. In London, while attending the Round Table Conference in 1931, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji brought 32 big boxes of books. Is it not amazing? Normally, if we travel to any part of the world, then what we do? We bring dress, we bring chocolate, we bring clothes for our kids and kin. But Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, when he returned, he brought 32 big boxes of books. That is the love and passion that we have to see about Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar. At the age of 22, Baba Saheb Ambedkar had so much hunger for reading the books that he brought 2,000 books despite having a difficulty in the financial conditions. For all the greatness he achieved, the books that he read, that has played a very important role, and in fact, the books that he has read on Buddha, especially in the teenager level, that interest led to convert himself to Buddhism. Okay, that is the later stage of a life which we normally see. At Rajagriha, the house he built in Dadar, Mumbai, had a big library of more than 50,000 books. In fact, it is one of the largest personal libraries in the world at the time of his death. He sold his old house to buy books and pay for some more loans. Dr. Ambedkar had a vast collection of books on John Davy, Edwin Seligman, Kabirji, Buddha, Tukaram, law, economy, constitutional, and so on. The influence, the impact of reading on all these great stalwarts has made him to write the Constitution of India, to write his writings and speeches in which many of us quote in our current academic and research doctoral works. My dear professionals on excellence, Ambedkar ji statue, when you see the statue, he is holding a book on one hand, and on the other hand he is pointing towards gaining political power. See, the Ambedkar ji, the love or a passion for a book can be seen from the statue, which you can see in each and every part of the country and the world, wherein holding a book reveals that he has a love for a books. He is a man of a books. He is a man of a knowledge. He is a man of a resourceful which deals with all sort of information. And today the Constitution of India is a base for justice, equality. It is his contribution. It is he, the architect of Indian Constitution. The entire country of India is living quite peacefully. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is one of the such great personality, and whose writings and speeches which are available in different series are available online freely. Everyone can access. If you don't find, go and contact to the librarian. He will tell you where the different volumes of writings and speeches of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar are available. In fact, the Gulbarga University, we have a specialized collection on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and we have made a QR code wherein any student wants to know all the writings and speeches of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he has to just take his mobile and scan the QR code. That will take to the link providing the complete volumes of all the speeches and writings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. See, when you see the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar even concern for women, it is not only for the libraries or the education sector. See, he has a very much passion and concern for equality of women. That's why Dr. B.R. Ambedkar stated that I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have achieved. See, this shows how much concern was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar for the woman. And Dr. Ambedkar propounded that women in the Indian society who are basically deprived of freedom, and that they have been oppressed by the social system. So that's the reason, he laid a very strong foundation of concrete and sincere efforts by providing a constitutional framework and codifying the common civil code for all the sections of the society. His efforts are farsightedness. He laid the foundation for socio-political system which has made a basic framework for the women liberation and their empowerment. And if you see the different articles like Article 14 or Article 15 or Article 16, which mentions that the equal opportunity should be given to all the society, irrespective of any religion or a caste or a creed or a sex. That is what the Constitution of India prevails in the present situation. See, in fact, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar was very much concerned about the freedom of expression of the society, freedom of media. That is the reason Dr. B.R. Ambedkar always used the print media of his own as one of the instrument to achieve his goals of emancipating the untouchables. In 1920, when he had just begun his struggle, he launched a Marathi fortnightly magazine that is called Mook Nayak, the leader of the dumb. Dr. Ambedkar had written a lot of editorials in this magazine. This magazine survived almost about a year and a half. And Dr. Ambedkar later started a magazine called Bahishkrita Bharata, the ostracized India. Like this, he has contributed to the press and media in a different style, in a different form of magazines over a period of time. In fact, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was very much conscious and understood the significance of newspapers, books, and articles to reach the millions of people and the society. That is the reason he had during that time published many of the magazines, many of the books, which were serving as a basic guideline to create a culture of humanity, to create a culture of oneness among the society. And you can just see the picture here. This is the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, who inaugurated the Dr. Ambedkar National Memorial during the 21st March 2016, which depicts the life and contribution of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the principal architect of the Constitution of India in New Delhi. And each and every person on the earth, particularly each and every person of India, has to visit this memorial, that is Dr. Ambedkar National Memorial, which depicts the birth to till the last stage of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. In fact, the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, this memorial was dedicated to the nation by Sri late Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the then Prime Minister of India during 2003. And later this building was constructed as a memorial of Baba Saheb, who was the brain behind the Constitution of India. That's why the building, when you look from outside, it looks like a book. When it looks like a book, it means that the Dr. Ambedkar ji love for books, love for a library. Okay, see, before I conclude, let me tell you that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was always for building a library. He said, they will build temples, we will build libraries. Learn to live in this world of self-respect. Okay, so Dr. B.R. Ambedkar said that ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಮೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತವೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡುವುದರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಓದುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಿಗುತ್ತದೆ. See, this is what Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, love for education, love for library. See, today we are all celebrated, I think we all celebrated the birth anniversary of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. See, ನಾವು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯನಿವರ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ರಿಯಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ತತ್ವ, ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ, ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇಂದು ನಾವು ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಪಂಗಡ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜಾತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ದ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. ಅದೇ ನಾವು ಬೇಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಆದರ್ಶ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು. ಅವರ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತವನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಾಲಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇಂದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಹಳ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಓದಿದ್ರು ಸಹ, ಎಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಿ ಆರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮುಂದೆ 1% ಸಹ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳೋದನ್ನು ಇಚ್ಛಪಡ್ತೇನೆ, काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए, हर कदम ऐसा चलो कि हम निशाना बन जाए. ये जिंदगी तो हर कोई जीत लेगा, जिंदगी जियो इस कदर की हम मिसाल बन जाए. This is what actually the thing that we need to do. Thank you very much.
We are grateful for your time and that engaging presentation sprinkled with beautiful lines. It was an interesting take on the passion of Ambedkar towards education and information, sir. We totally agree with you what you said about Ambedkar, that he doesn't belong to one particular community, but he belongs to the humanity as whole, as he worked towards becoming the voice of all those who were marginalized in the society. To those who admire and respect him, his passion for books should be an inspiration, sir. Thank you once again, sir. Dear participants, now we will be moving towards the second day's technical sessions, which will be conducted by Dr. Srini Naik, Associate Professor of Economics, Government First Aid College. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Srini Naik, Associate Professor of Economics, Government First Aid College, Siddhartha Nagar, Mysore. Welcome to second day's technical session of the two-day multidisciplinary international virtual conference on Dr. B. R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, organized by the Department of Political Science in association with IQAC and the Research Cell, Government First Aid College, Siddhartha Nagar. Dear presenters and participants, please feel free to ask any questions after your presentations. Now we will begin the paper presentation. So our first paper presenter is Adarsh KN, Assistant Professor, Government First Aid College for Women, KRPET. Please, I will request to present a paper on Ambedkar economic philosophy and its impact on financial inclusion. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adarsh KN, Assistant Professor, Government College for Women's KRPET. Today I will talk about Ambedkar economics philosophy and its impact on financial inclusion today. How Dr. B. R. Ambedkar economic idea are still relevant today, especially in how we include everyone in the financial system. We will see how his vision of justice and equality helped shape the modern financial inclusion policy in India. Dr. B. R. Ambedkar was not only a father of Indian Constitution, but also a great economist and social reformer. He fought for rights of the oppressed, especially Dalit and poor communities. One of his biggest idea was that people should have access to not just political rights, but also economic opportunities. That idea now seen in the financial inclusion, which means making sure everyone has access to things like a bank account, credit, loans, and insurance. In this presentation, I will show how today's financial policy reflect Ambedkar vision. Ambedkar's economic philosophy. Ambedkar believed that true democracy means both political and economical equality. Just giving a people to the right of vote is not enough if they remain poor or excluded. He said the state must help by creating a law and policy that provide equal economic chances. He also wanted to Dalit and other poor people to have access to credit and the chance to start a business. Also, he believed economic discrimination must end because many people were kept in poverty due to caste-based untouchability. Ambedkar vision and financial inclusions. Ambedkar idea of economic empowerment is now visible in many government schemes. For example, PMJDY or Jan Dhan Yojana give free bank accounts to everyone, especially those who never had access before. PMMY or Mudra Yojana gives a small loans to people, especially Dalit, women and rural poor, to help them to start a small business. Aadhaar gives people digital identity, which make it easier for them to access a bank account, receive government helps. All of these programs reflect Ambedkar's belief that everyone should be part of economic system. Impact on modern financial inclusions policies. The impact of this program has been huge. Under Jan Dhan Yojana, more than 40 crore people now have a bank account. Many of them had never used bank before. Under Mudra Yojana, small loans helps people, especially women and Dalit, start a business and become a self-reliant. Aadhaar helps connect people to direct benefit transfer like pensions, scholarships and subsidies without middlemen. All of this helps include the poorest and most excluded group, which was exactly what Ambedkar had dreamed of. Ambedkar's visions in financial inclusions. Ambedkar vision lives in several ways. Like a modern policy give equal opportunities to everyone, no matter their caste or gender. Special focus on given to empowering women through the financial support. Technology like Aadhaar, UPI, mobile banking is helping reach rural access and people with no formal identity or documents. The government also promotes financial literacy, teaching people how to use banking services. In this way, India is slowly building the kind of inclusive just society Ambedkar wanted. To conclude, Ambedkar believed that true equality includes economic freedom. Today's policies like a PMJDY, PMMY and Aadhaar reflect his vision by giving a financial access to everyone. This program helps to empower the Dalit, women and rural poor, the same group Ambedkar always worked to uplift. And thanks to technology, we can now include even the remotest villages in the banking system. Ambedkar's economic philosophy is not just a history, it is a part of modern Indian development journey. Especially Dr. B.R. Ambedkar dreamed of a society where no one is left behind. Today's financial inclusion policies are making the dream a reality. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Excellent presentation, highlighting on Ambedkar views, how financial inclusion help for depressed and poor people. Our next paper presenter is Mr. Anand C, Assistant Professor and HOD, Department of Political Science, Saint Philomena's College, Mysore. Sir, I request you please present your paper on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India. Over to you, sir.
Good morning all. This is Professor Anand C, Assistant Professor from the Department of Political Science, Saint Philomena's College, Autonomous, Mysore. I'm very happy to speak on this topic, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar as an architect of modern India. We all know that this is a country with multicultural diversities. Today, India's multicultural diversity echoes around the world with its trumpet sounding unity in diversity. And this has happened because of the yeoman contribution of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who is renowned as an architect of Indian Constitution, a visionary jurist, economist, a social reformer, and above all, a champion of human rights. He rose from ashes to glory by realizing the dreams of Jyotiba Phule, which has given an identity for women and her rights. Dr. Ambedkar overcame systematic oppression to champion the rights of the oppressed and shape a democratic, all-inclusive nation, India. As a chairman of the drafting committee of Constituent Assembly, he played a pivotal role in framing a constitution that enshrines justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity, abolishing untouchability and safeguarding the rights of minorities and women. Dr. Ambedkar pioneered social reforms including reservation policies for marginalized groups, labor rights, and educational empowerment, emphasizing education as a tool for social transformation. His conversion to Buddhism in 1956 symbolized his rejection of caste hierarchy and inspired millions towards dignity and equality. India's democracy has successfully waded out through the troubled waters of biased international attack on press freedom, Reporters Without Boundaries, World Happiness Index reports, and all these things are a planned attack on India's democracy and constitution, downgrading India in the international eyes. But today, India has successfully captured the opinion of the world through its strong constitution. Countries like France, China, Switzerland, they have changed their constitution, whereas India's constitution, even today, it's there in the minds and hearts of Indians. Ambedkar's enduring legacy continues to influence India's socio-political landscape, affirming his status as an architect of modern India and a beacon for human rights and social justice. As a constitutional farmer, I am using the word farmer, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar acted like a constitutional farmer. He has successfully cultivated the land of India and the minds of Indians by weeding out the seeds of untouchability and social injustice. So this is an attempt from my part to understand Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who has made all the differences between the so-called idealists and the realists. There has been many instances where Gandhi and Ambedkar had conflicts of opinion. As a journalist, Dr. Ambedkar started a fortnightly newspaper, Mook Nayak, or the Dumb Hero, the Bahishkrit Bharat, Samata, Janata, Prabuddha Bharata. Gandhi said, media should be the voice of the people, whereas Dr. Ambedkar said, media should be the voice of the voiceless. In 1924, he founded the Bahishkrita Itakarani Sabha, where he wanted to work for the welfare of the outcast. The aim of the Sabha was to uplift the downtrodden and give them the self-dignity and respect. In 1927, he led the Mahad March at Chaudhar Tank at Kolaba near Bombay. Today, the world speaks about Martin Luther King Jr. and his fight for the rights of the depressed classes in America. But we have a great soul, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who has not only fought for the depressed classes, but for humanity at large. Here you can see that he's drawing water in the Mahad. Water is supposed to be a basic human right, which was denied once upon a time to the depressed classes. We can also note that many of the temples had closed their doors for the oppressed classes. But it was Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, through his social movement, he has made the temple doors to welcome each and every human being. And recently there was an issue by Bhumata Brigade led by a lady, and there was a case where Tripti Desai was denied an entry into the temple, and she moved the court, and the court took the Constitution of India as a reference, and it permitted women to enter into the temple, which is a big victory. Even speaking about reservation, Ambedkar always stood for the cause of the depressed classes, and the Pune Pact is one such incident where the fight between Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Gandhi created a big rift, but still Ambedkar showed greater humanity by going for a compromise. He says, there have been many Mahatmas in India whose sole objective was to remove untouchability and to elevate and absorb the depressed classes, but everyone has failed in their mission. Mahatmas have come, Mahatmas have gone, but the untouchables have remained as untouchables. Further, Dr. Ambedkar says, you must abolish your slavery yourselves. Do not depend for its abolition upon God or a Superman. We must shape our course ourselves and by ourselves. This is where Ambedkar looks not an idealist but a realist. Today you can see women in politics, in sports, in business, as mentors, as guides and whatnot. And all these things were possible just because of one individual who had a greater foresight, that is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Through the Hindu Code Bill, educational rights for women, marriage rights and property rights became part and parcel of women empowerment. He says, lost rights are never regained by begging and by appeals. Goats are used for sacrificial offerings and not lions. Later, he founded Independent Labour Party in August 1936. He worked as a law minister, as a chairman of drafting committee, and he always had a sense of pride when it comes to Article 32. He said, this is my favorite article, which is considered to be the heart and soul of the Constitution. K.V. Rao was of the opinion that Ambedkar was not only the father but also the mother of India's Constitution. Through his work, Who is a Shudra, Ambedkar wanted to create an awareness, and he said that the so-called Varnashrama Dharma is a division of labor, not based on human beings. He says, I was born as a Hindu. I had no choice, but I will not die a Hindu because I do have a choice. On October 14th, 1956, He embraced Buddhism along with many of his followers. There are certain TV channels they conducted after Gandhi who should be the next Mahatma and who can be considered as the next Mahatma. And this India voted for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. For his human service, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was bestowed with Bharat Ratna in 1990, and it feels that Dr. Ambedkar is bigger than the title, and there are examples where title is bigger than individual. And regarding the constitution, he says in future, if the constitution is not workable, it doesn't mean that the constitution is bad, but feel that the people are bad. The ultimate message of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is educate, unite and agitate. Thank you. This is Mr. Anand signing off for this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation and highlighted on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contribution. Now I call upon Kavita D, Associate Professor, Government First Aid College, T. Narsipura. Madam, please present your paper on democracy through the lens of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Over to you, madam.
Good morning, one and all. I am Dr. Kavita D, Associate Professor of Political Science, Government First Grade College, T. Narsipura. Now I am going to present paper on democracy through the lens of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. According to Ambedkar, democracy means democracy is a form and a method of government whereby revolutionary changes in the economic and social life of the people are brought about without bloodshed. According to Ambedkar, democracy in India is a unique and complex. Why we have to study Ambedkar on democracy? Because lived experience of social discrimination, deep understanding to get deep understanding of political systems. He was considered as an architect of Indian Constitution, legacy of democratic ideals and justice. Ambedkar's vision of democracy. According to Ambedkar, democracy, it consists of liberty, equality and fraternity. Democracy is not just a political system, but a way of life. He emphasizes on social democracy as the base of political democracy. Dangers to Indian democracy identified by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Social and economic inequalities, unconstitutional methods, hero worship in politics. Ambedkar's response to social inequality. He identified this one in his book, Annihilation of Caste. So he gave solution also, affirmative action and legal abolition of untouchability. Challenge to political representation, elite dominance in politics, underrepresentation of SC, ST, OBC and minorities, lack of meaningful participation in decision making. Ambedkar's remedy, political empowerment, reserved constituencies for marginalized groups. Second one, political education to raise awareness, encouraging grassroots participation. Minority rights, religious, linguistic and cultural diversity, threats from majoritarian, communal violence and discrimination. Ambedkar on secularism. According to Ambedkar, state must remain neutral in religious matters. No religion should dominate the democratic framework. Constitutional protection for minorities. Corruption and governance. Corruption weakens the trust in institutions. Nepotism, inefficiency and heroism of rule of law, threat to ethical democracy. Ambedkar's governance model, transparency and accountability, independent anti-corruption institutions, electoral reforms for cleaner democracy, conditions for a successful democracy, absence of glaring inequalities, strong opposition and free press, observation of constitutional morality, equality before law, decentralization and grassroots democracy. It empowers local governments and panchayats, promotes self-governance, civic education to build capacity among citizens, strengthening democratic institution, separation of powers, ethical leadership, role of parliament, judiciary, executive with accountability. Role of education in democracy. According to Ambedkar, education is a tool for empowerment and liberation. It helps marginalized communities assert rights. Ambedkar believed educate, agitate, and organize. Contemporary Good morning, one and all. I am Dr. Kavita D, Associate Professor of Political Science, Government First Grade College, T. Narsipura. Now I am going to present paper on democracy through the lens of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. According to Ambedkar, democracy means democracy is a form and a method of government whereby revolutionary changes in the economic and social life of the people are brought about without bloodshed. According to Ambedkar, democracy in India is a unique and complex. Why we have to study Ambedkar on democracy? Because lived experience of social discrimination, deep understanding to get deep understanding of political systems. He was considered as an architect of Indian Constitution, legacy of democratic ideals and justice. Ambedkar's vision of democracy. According to Ambedkar, democracy, it consists of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Democracy is not just a political system, but a way of life. He emphasizes on social democracy as the base of political democracy. Dangers to Indian democracy identified by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Social and economic inequalities, unconstitutional methods, hero worship in politics. Ambedkar's response to social inequality. He identified this one in his book, Annihilation of Caste. So he gave solution also, affirmative action and legal abolition of untouchability. Challenge to political representation, elite dominance in politics, underrepresentation of SC, ST, OBC and minorities, lack of meaningful participation in decision making. Ambedkar's remedy, political empowerment, reserved constituencies for marginalized groups. Second one, political education to raise awareness, encouraging grassroots participation. Minority rights, religious, linguistic and cultural diversity, threats from majoritarian, communal violence and discrimination. Ambedkar on secularism. According to Ambedkar, state must remain neutral in religious matters. No religion should dominate the democratic framework. Constitutional protection for minorities. Corruption and governance. Corruption weakens the trust in institutions. Nepotism, inefficiency and heroism of rule of law, threat to ethical democracy. Ambedkar's governance model, transparency and accountability, independent anti-corruption institutions, electoral reforms for cleaner democracy. Conditions for a successful democracy. Absence of glaring inequalities, strong opposition and free press, observation of constitutional morality, equality before law. Decentralization and grassroots democracy. It empowers local governments and panchayats, promotes self-governance, civic education to build capacity among citizens. Strengthening democratic institution, separation of powers, ethical leadership, role of parliament, judiciary, executive with accountability. Role of education in democracy. According to Ambedkar, education is a tool for empowerment and liberation. It helps marginalized communities assert rights. Ambedkar believed educate, agitate, and organize. Contemporary relevance. Social justice is still a pressing need. Caste, corruption, and communalism persist. Ambedkar's principles offer a roadmap for reform. In conclusion, we can say Ambedkar's vision is inclusive, just, and resilient democracy. Transformation of political to social democracy is essential. Let us uphold liberty, equality, and fraternity in his true spirit. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam, for sharing ideas with us. Next paper presenter is Mahadeva GK, Assistant Professor, Government First Grade College for Women, KRPET. Present a paper on the study on economic thoughts of B.R. Ambedkar in the context of Indian economy. Please present your paper, sir.
Good morning, one and all present here. Myself, Mahadeva GK, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government First Grade College for Women, KRPET, Mandya District. Today, I am presenting the paper on the title, The Study on Economic Thoughts of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in the Context of Indian Economy. Here, we can also remember that quote said by Dr. Amartya Sen, a renowned economist, has stated that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was my father in economics. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, widely known as the architect of the Indian Constitution, and he was also a profound economist whose vision for India's economic development was both radical and transformative. His economic ideas were grounded in principles of social justice, equity, and inclusivity, and targeting to uplift the marginalized and create a balanced social economic structure. Some of the important economic thoughts of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar are: number one, planned economic development. He believed that a planned economy was essential for a newly independent country like India. For that, he argued central planning to ensure equitable distributions of resources. Secondly, agricultural reforms. In his book titled States and Minorities, he proposed a collective farming under state control, ensuring equal access to agricultural resources. Thirdly, about monetary and fiscal policy. In his doctoral thesis titled The Problem of the Rupee, its Origin and its Solution, published in the year 1923, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar analyzed India's currency and monetary issues. His insights played a key role in shaping India's monetary policy and influenced the establishment of Reserve Bank of India in the year 1935. And also, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar given more contribution in the area of labor rights and labor welfare, water and power development, and social justice as economic justice, etc. Finally, to conclude, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's economic thoughts were revolutionary for his time. He combined the principles of liberal economics with the ideas of social justice, envisioning a society where economic progress leads to the upliftment of all sections, especially the oppressed. His legacy continues to inspire policymakers, economists, and social reformers in building an inclusive and equitable ideas. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir. Your wonderful presentation. I would like to invite Neha Diman. Sorry. The next paper presenter, Sri Manjunath. Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce, Government First Aid College, Mariammanahalli. Please present your paper on study of passengers, awareness and usage of modern amenities, produced by Indian Railway. Please present your paper, sir.
Everyone, first of all, I would like to say thanks to the organizing committee GFGC Siddharthanagar, Mysore for organizing this 2 days multidisciplinary international virtual conference on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India. I am Manjunath S, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Government First Aid College, Mariammanahalli, Hospet Taluk, Vijayanagara District. Today I am going to present a paper on a study of passengers' awareness and usage of modern amenities provided by Indian Railways. So in my paper, the contents are introduction, review of literature, research gap, objectives of the study, limitations of the study, research methodology, findings, conclusions and references. So let me introduce my research paper. The Indian Railways is one of the largest railway network, plays a crucial role in the transportation infrastructure in India. It serves millions of passengers daily, spanning diverse regions across the country and supporting economic growth through freight and passenger services. In the Union Budget for the fiscal year 2025-26, Indian Railway has been allocated Rs 2,55,445 crores, accounting for approximately 5.04% of the total government expenditure. With a focus on passenger comfort, safety and digital inclusion, a range of modern amenities have been introduced. These include online ticketing, e-catering, free Wi-Fi at station, luxury trains, real-time train tracking system, battery-operated cars, etc. However, the extent to which passengers are aware and utilize these modern amenities remains a subject of analysis. So next part is review of literature. While reviewing article, I reviewed 6 articles published in national journals and 2 articles published in international journal. After reviewing various research articles, I found the research gap, that is, there have been various studies conducted in other places, but none of this type of study was conducted in railway station of Bangalore. Then after finding the research gap, I set 2 objectives in my research. The first one is to study the demographic profile of the sample respondents. The second objective is to evaluate the level of awareness and usage of the modern amenities offered by Indian Railways. The limitations of the study. So the present study is carried out among the sample respondents who travelled in the railway station of Bangalore. So that's why the findings of this study limited to selected sample railway station, Bangalore only. The research methodology part. In my research, I collected both primary and secondary data. Primary data was collected from 120 randomly selected respondents through well-structured questionnaire. Secondary data was collected through various journals, magazines, and annual reports of Railway Department, yearbook of Railway Department, and other web sources. For analyzing the data, I used statistical tools like simple statistical tools like tables and charts are used. The next part is demographical profile. In the research, an attempt is made to study the demographic profile of the sample respondents. These are presented in the following segment. So the gender. Out of 120 sample respondents, 68 are male, 52 passengers are female. Then age-wise classification of the passengers. 51 passengers are belongs to 18 to 35 years of age. 45 passengers are belongs to 36 to 59 years of age, and 24 passengers are belongs to 60 and above years of age. Then what are the educational qualification of the educational background of the passengers? 28 passengers are having school education, 47 passengers are graduates, 27 passengers are postgraduates, and others 21 passengers are other qualification. Then occupation of the passenger, occupation wise classification of the passenger. 48 are employed, means they are working in private and public sector undertakings. Then 17 are businessmen, 27 passengers are students, and 28 are others, means they are farmers, they are homemakers, etc. So the next part is awareness and usage level of modern amenities offered by Indian Railways. So the first service is online ticket booking service. So online ticket booking service. Out of 120 passengers, 105 passengers are aware about this online ticket booking service. Out of 105 passengers, only around majority of the passengers, means out of 105 passengers, 95 passengers are using this online ticket booking services. Maybe they are using through IRCTC website, other online mobile apps. Then the second service is free Wi-Fi at station. Out of 120 passengers, 68 passengers are aware about this free Wi-Fi facilities in the station. Out of 68 passengers, 40 passengers are already using this free Wi-Fi facilities in the stations. E-catering services. Out of 120 passengers, 48 services are aware about these e-catering services offered by Indian Railways. Out of 48 passengers, only 23 passengers are using these e-catering facilities. Then real-time train tracking facilities. Out of 120 passengers, majority of the passengers, 94 passengers are aware about real-time train tracking facilities. Out of 94 passengers, 85 passengers are actually use this real-time train tracking services. Then luxury awareness about luxury trains like Vande Bharat and other express trains. 32 passengers out of 120 passengers, 32 passengers are aware about luxurious trains like Vande Bharat and other train facilities. Out of 32 passengers, only 10 passengers are travelled in these type of luxurious trains like Vande Bharat and other express trains. So the battery operated card service. Out of 120 passengers, 53 passengers are aware about these battery operated cards. Out of 53 passengers, only 12 passengers are actually using these battery operated cards services in the railway station. After analyzing this one, I found the findings. Majority of the passengers are aware and make use of many modern amenities like online ticket booking, real-time train tracking, free Wi-Fi at station offered by Indian Railways. And also most of the passengers are still unknown and underutilized of few modern railway services like using of luxury trains, e-catering facilities, and battery operated cards facility. So the last part of my research is conclusion part. While Indian Railways has taken significant strides in modernizing passenger services, there is still gap between availability, awareness and usage of modern railway services offered by Indian Railway. Bridging this gap through better communication, digital inclusion, and user-friendly services can enhance passengers' satisfaction and create a more efficient transport ecosystem. So this is about my presentation. Thank you all for your time and attention. Thank you.
I really enjoyed your presentation, sir. Now I request Neha Diman, research scholar, Karnataka State Open University, Mysuru. Please, madam, present your paper.
Hello everyone, hello dear dignitaries of the dais. Good morning, my name is Neha Diman and I am a research scholar from Karnataka State Open University in the Department of Psychology. So today is my topic on aggression and loneliness in marginalized communities. So here from the influences of the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, we are taking aggression and loneliness and how it causes among the marginalized communities. So examining the psychological impact of marginalization and connecting historical context to current realities, whatever we are undergoing today, addressing aggression and loneliness through social justice inspired by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So first, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, a legacy of social justice and equality, as we all have known for him for that. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar fought against caste discrimination in India. His ideas are relevant to marginalized communities, communities globally. In this section, we give a short biography including his life, work and key achievements of whatever he has done for the people. Coming to the what is defining the marginalization, that is a systematic exclusion. So what is marginalization? Marginalization is a systematic exclusion of certain groups from social, economic, political opportunities. For an example of marginalized communities include racial, religious, minorities, disabled population and indigenous groups. So coming to the data, recent UN report highlights increasing income inequality within countries, a new rise in global poverty due to pandemic and ongoing discrimination against marginalized group. Not only this poverty is happening because of the marginalized group, it is happening also because of the pandemic, that is due to corona, and because lots of people they lost their jobs. Even that also leads to aggression and loneliness. Now, what is a psychology of aggression? So we all know generally we know as aggression as it is a kind of a violent a verbal behavior which may be caused due to somebody is provoking us or somebody is indirectly doing some other work that we are feeling ourselves as insecure or harmful. So to understand this aggression, there are various theories which they have come up by giving an explanation on frustration aggression theory, which was also given by the Dollard and by this group of members. This theory tells how frustration leads to aggression. Then it's coming like a social learning theory, which is a very famous theory. When we understand about the aggression, we understand about the Bandura's theory, because this theory speaks about observational learning. So most of the we say that whatever we show to the kids, the content should be positive and kids friendly. It should not contain of violence, because whatever the kids they observe, they tend to repeat or imitate the same thing. So basically the social learning theory is saying about the observational learning. So the third very famous is cognitive neo-association theory, where the aggression cues trigger aggressive thoughts. So whatever the aggression cues, for example, for me, according to me, aggression is hitting, beating, using abusive words. So for me, whenever I get aggressive or I want to show anger to the other person, I tend to use all those cues. Okay. So marginalization creates chronic frustration and anger. So if we are aggressive, we and if the aggression is through within the marginalized people, they tend to show anger and frustration. We will also learn how this anger and frustration is coming out in today's scenario. Okay, but let us first understand how aggression is caused in marginalized communities. Just a minute. Okay, so marginalized communities, this aggression is caused basically in the three forms. One is internalized oppression, yes. So self-directed aggression due to internalization negative stereotypes. If I have some negative stereotypes within me, that may lead to the oppressions. Okay, and then comes whatever I have this negative thought or some health issue, and I'm feeling aggressive within myself, so that is because of my health issue or because of my personal thoughts. Nobody is provoking me, no external world is affecting me, it is within myself. So that is called as internalized. Then comes horizontal violence, aggression within the community due to limited sources and power. So what happens is, like in a family, both husband and wife, they are like they have divided their job. That wife will take care of the house and husband is going to win the daily bread. So it's certain all days are not same. So if the person is not able to earn sufficient to the community, okay, if the person is not able to earn sufficient to this family, the conflict starts, and lack of communication, and due to lack of understanding, they themselves are creating kind of negative emotion in the form of anger, frustration, leading to aggression in the family. Okay, then comes reactive aggression. Reactive aggression is like if we feel like somebody is being very is being very injudgmental or doing some injustice, or leading to discrimination. Certain times what happens, even the laws and rules are bring out certain policies. If certain group of people are not satisfied with that policies, they come, or the public come out in the on the roads, and they try to destroy the government properties because they are unhappy with the government laws and rules and regulations. This is called as reactive aggression because they are showing.
It's great to see you potential application of your work on social justice for marginalized communities and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar contributions. Thank you, madam, for your presentation. I would like to invite the next paper presenter is Santosh, Assistant Professor of Political Science, Government First Aid College, Kodihalli, Kanakapura Taluk. Please present your paper, sir.
Good evening, one and all. First of all, wishing you all belated happy birth anniversary of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. I'm Dr. Santoshi S., working as an assistant professor of political science from Government First Grade College, Kodihalli, Kanapura Taluk, which is located in Ramnagar district. My presentation topic on this conference is on linguistic policy and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and analysis. I am presenting this article jointly with Dr. Dharnesha S.T., Assistant Professor of Political Science, working in Government First Grade College, Kunigal, which is located in Tumkur district. We all know that language is a strong weapon in any society's political and administrative spheres. a repository of culture and a maker of identity in addition to being a medium of communication. With more than 1,600 languages and dialects spread over several linguistic families, India is a nation known for its amazing linguistic diversity. As such, language has been essential to the processes of state formation, nation building, and democratic engagement. India's language policy has always been a continuous process because of conflicting demands for cultural preservation, national unity, and fair access to education and government. In the significance of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the primary drafter of Indian Constitution, in the field and trailblazing figure in the fields of social justice and a democratic government, is highlighted by these difficulties. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's involvement in linguistic issues was always intertwined with his larger political beliefs. He believed that the principles of democracy, federalism, and equality were inextricably tied to the linguistic policy. He believed that language was a crucial factor in determining both individual and collective empowerment, in addition to serving as a useful for government. Ambedkar views on Hindi and English languages in Union of India. Ambedkar strongly opposed the imposition of Hindi on areas that did not speak it. But he did not reject its promotion as a language of national cohesion. He understood that India's diversity was deeply linguistic in nature rather than just cultural or religious. Some people, particularly in the Hindi heartland, found the idea of Hindi as a unifying national language appealing. While Ambedkar saw the danger of cultural imperialism and alienation of significant portions of the populace, especially from countries southeast. He was well aware that imposing Hindi might incite opposition in the region, jeopardize national cohesion, and go against the democratic ideal of linguistic equality. Ambedkar thought that no one language should take precedence over others in the nation's cultural and administrative life. He maintained that every region had the right to express itself linguistically, and that it was the union's duties to protect and promote this diversity. On the other hand, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar viewed English as a neutral, inclusive, and modern medium that might serve as a link language in a multilingual country rather than as a representation of colonial oppression. He favored the compromise expressed in Article 343 of the Constitution, which calls for English to remain used alongside Hindi as an associate official language for at least 15 years. English was already the language of higher education, government, the courts, and scientific discourse. It was not linked to any caste or religion domination, and it gave access to modernity and global knowledge system, of all which were useful to Ambedkar. Crucially, Ambedkar highlighted English capacity to emancipate people, particularly the Dalits and other oppressed groups. He thought that oppressed could be able to overcome the established social hierarchies that are what we call ingrained in vernacular linguistic settings by using English as a language of empowerment. For him, in a caste discriminatory culture, English was more than just a language, it was means of achieving equality and self-respect. And coming to the next, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's philosophy of language. Dr. Ambedkar's broader ideas of social justice, democratic engagement, and national unity were closely linked to his linguistic philosophy. His views of language was profoundly political, moral, and liberating rather than abstract or merely linguistic. He saw language as a vital tool for bringing the Constitution cherished principles of equality, liberty, and fraternity to life for India's multicultural populace. Linguistic policy in contemporary India, relevance of Ambedkar's ideas. Ambedkar's theories are becoming more and more pertinent in light of India's current problems with language diversity, regional claims, and educational access. Ambedkar's foresaw difficulties that are reflected in the disappearance of religious languages, arguments over the medium of instructions in schools, and opposition to the imposition of Hindi in southern states. For modern policymakers, his focus on multilingualism, respect for language minorities, and the usefulness of English offers as a well-rounded framework. Um, and coming to the critical analysis of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's linguistic views on Indian political issues, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's linguistic belief demonstrated his dedication to justice, inclusion, and practical governance, in addition to his profound comprehension of India's intricate socio-cultural fabric. In the face of growing linguistic nationalism and the necessity to bring a newly independent India together, his views on language policy were shaped in the furnace of heated discussion in the Constituent Assembly. When his opinion are critically examined, it becomes clear how carefully he balanced maintaining the political unity of Indian Union with allowing for linguistic diversity, dilemma that still influence Indian political issues today. Coming to the conclusion of my article, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contribution to India's linguistic policy were both visionary and pragmatic. He addressed the subject of language not in a vacuum, but rather in intricately linked to concerns about social justice, federalism, and democracy. The basis for pluralistic linguistic policy was established by his report, support of linguistic states, minority language preservation, and English language as a linked language. Ambedkar's ideas continue to serve as a backbone for inclusive and egalitarian governance as India struggles with the intricacies of language politics. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my article through virtual mode. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presentation. Next, I call upon Dr. Veena B.M., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS, Mysore. Over to you, madam.
I am Dr. Veena B.M., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS Academy of Higher Education. Today I'll be presenting on social media's impact on youth nutrition choices and analysis. The expanding social media platforms including YouTube, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok has permeated nearly every facet of youth culture. Concurrently, nutrition, a cornerstone of well-being, is increasingly susceptible to external influences. The accessibility of vast amounts of online information presents a dual-edged sword for young individuals, offering both valuable insights and potentially misleading trends. The study addresses the critical need to understand how social media shapes the nutritional decisions of today's youth, distinguishing beneficial practices from detrimental ones promoted online. The objective of the study is to comprehensively assess the impact of diverse social media platforms and their associated influences on nutritional choices made by young individuals residing in an urban Indian setting. Methodology. A cross-sectional study was conducted in Mumbai, Maharashtra, employing a structured questionnaire to investigate the influence of social media on youth nutrition. The 27-item questionnaire explored the extent to which social media and influencers impact choices related to adoption of food outlet recommendations and viral recipes, adherence to fitness influencer advice, consumption patterns of various food groups and dietary supplements. Additionally, the survey incorporated a food frequency table to detail participants' daily dietary intake and included questions pertaining to their regular sleep schedules and exercise habits to promote a holistic view of lifestyle factors potentially influenced by social media. Results. The survey findings revealed a significant trend wherein a majority of participants reported being influenced by advertisements and idealized portrayals, that is, real life, disseminated across various social media applications and by online influencers. This exposure was associated with negative consequences on their dietary habits and lifestyle. Specifically, the study indicated increased uncertainty regarding appropriate food choices and a notable rise in the consumption of energy-dense, nutrient-poor junk food. Furthermore, participants demonstrated a tendency towards neglecting regular physical activity and reported experiencing disrupted sleeping patterns, suggesting a broader negative impact of social influence beyond just dietary intake. Conclusion and implications of the study. The study concludes that the pervasive nature of social media significantly influences the nutritional choices of young individuals, often leading to uncritical adoption of influencer recommendations and a subsequent increase in unhealthy food consumption. These findings underscore the urgent need for interventions aimed at fostering media literacy and promoting informed nutritional decision making among youth in the digital age to mitigate the observed negative impacts. Thank you everyone for your patient listening.
Thank you, madam. Very good insights on impact of social media on nutrition choices. Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presentation. The next paper presenter is Vinay A, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS College, Mysore. Please present your paper, sir.
Hello everybody, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. I, Vinay A, Assistant Professor of English from Division of Languages, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, School of Life Sciences, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. Today in this international conference, I'm going to present a topic which is related to transgender and their equality. And the title of the paper is Advancing Transgender Equality, Challenges, Progress and Future Directions. See, as we all know, in present scenario, transgender clan or communities like completely marginalized from society. See, considering all these aspects, I would like to say and I would like to highlight that in this present scenario, transgender individuals continue to face significant social, legal and institutional barriers through worldwide. Though despite growing awareness and progressive shifts in policies and also public opinion, particularly this research paper explores the current landscape of transgender equality through highlighting key challenges and also evaluating progress and proposing strategies to foster inclusive and equitable environments. Through drawing on multidisciplinary sources including sociology, law, education, and healthcare, which is very important. This study underscores the intersectional nature of discrimination which is faced by transgender clan, particularly those from marginalized racial, economic, or cultural backgrounds. See, particularly this research paper identifies persistent disparities in healthcare access, which is very important for each and every human being, and also legal recognition, employment opportunities, and even educational inclusion, which is very important and which is basic right of each and every human being again. And for instance, transgender individuals are often subjected to systemic bias, particularly in healthcare systems, including lack of provider training, misgendering, and denial of gender affirming care. And similarly, legal recognition remains inconsistent across region. See, with many jurisdictions lacking clear policies on name and gender making changes or non-binary recognition, mainly employment discrimination, workplace harassment, and also unequal hiring practices further marginalize transgender individuals, which contributing to high rates of unemployment and underemployment also. So despite all these challenges, this particular research paper also recognizes significant strides towards transgender equality. Mainly, legal reforms in several countries have advanced transgender rights through anti-discrimination laws, gender recognition acts, and also the inclusion of gender identity human rights framework, which is very important and which plays a main role actually. And additionally, increased visibility and advocacy have helped shift public perceptions with growing representation and transgender individuals in media, politics, and also in the education domain. So here through this study, I conclude that just by emphasizing the need for comprehensive policy reform, inclusive education, and active community engagement to dismantle transphobia and even promote social justice. See, key recommendations which I include and which I would like to highlight is that integration of transgender inclusive curriculum in education domain and mandatory diversity training for service providers, and also robust anti-discrimination laws, which is very important again, and accessible healthcare, basic healthcare facilities for all transgender identities are planned. And also this research also stresses the importance of amplifying transgender voices in policy making and research to ensure that initiatives are grounded in lived expertise or experiences. See, totally, in sum, achieving transgender equality is not merely a legal or institutional goal, but a moral imperative rooted in human dignity and universal rights. See, particularly, this study calls for a sustained, intersectional, and collaborative effort to build a more inclusive society where all individuals, regardless of gender identity, are respected, protected, and also empowered end of the day, which is very important. So through this at last, I would like to say my thanks to Mr. Viresh, Assistant Professor of Commerce, and also his
Thank you, sir. Your wonderful presentation. and very interesting area. So next, I will call upon Dr. Suma Devi, yes, Deputy Librarian, University College of Arts, Tumkur University, Tumkuru. Please, madam, present your paper on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar vision and contribution towards education, library, and knowledge development in modern India. Over to you, madam.
I am Dr. Sumadevi S., working as a Deputy Librarian in University College of Arts, Tumkur University, Tumkur. Today I am presenting a paper in the two-day international virtual conference on Dr. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, held on 16-17 April 2025, organized by the GFGC Siddharthanagar, Mysore. I am presenting paper on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. I am Dr. Sumadevi S., working as a Deputy Librarian in University College of Arts, Tumkur University, Tumkur. Today I am presenting a paper in the two-day international virtual conference on Dr. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, held on 16-17 April 2025, organized by the GFGC Siddharthanagar, Mysore. I am Dr. Sumadevi S., working as a Deputy Librarian in University College of Arts, Tumkur University, Tumkur. Today I am presenting a paper in the two-day international virtual conference on Dr. Ambedkar, Architect of Modern India, held on 16-17 April 2025, organized by the GFGC Siddharthanagar, Mysore. I am presenting paper on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's vision and contributions towards education, libraries, and knowledge development in modern India. The foundation of Ambedkar's education philosophy was the transformative power of education. Education as liberation. Education serves as a vital instrument for personal and societal liberation, enabling individuals to challenge oppressive systems, foster critical thinking, and cultivate sense of self-worth essential for achieving social equity and empowerment. Ambedkar thought was education as a tool for social empowerment. It means empowerment through knowledge. Education equips marginalized individuals with essential skills and knowledge, enabling them to advocate for their rights and challenge systematic inequalities effectively. Inclusive educational framework. Ambedkar's vision emphasizes the need for an equitable education system that dismantles barriers related to caste, class, and religion, ensuring access for all. The role of libraries in learning. Libraries are crucial for democratizing knowledge, providing resources that foster critical thinking and self directed learning, particularly for undeserved communities. Advocacy for accessible and inclusive education.
Role of state in education. He advocated for government responsibility in providing equality education to all the citizens, especially the disadvantaged. Equitable access to education. Ambedkar emphasized the necessity of removing barriers to education for marginalized communities. Libraries has knowledge hubs. Ambedkar viewed libraries as essential for promoting literacy and critical thinking among undeserved populations. Libraries in knowledge dissemination. Empowerment through information access. Libraries provide essential resources that empower individuals, particularly marginalized groups, to access information, fostering informed decision making and active citizenship. Support for lifelong learning. Libraries facilitate continuous education by offering diverse learning material and programs promoting literacy and critical thinking, essential for personal and societal development. Ambedkar contributions to educational reforms. Establishment of educational institutions. Vision for inclusive education. Ambedkar aimed to create educational institutions that provide equitable access to a quality education for all marginalized communities, fostering social justice. Integration of vocational training. Ambedkar emphasized the importance of vocational training within the educational institution to enhance employability and economic independence for marginalized individuals. Constitutional framework for education. E is legislative efforts for established constitutional mandates ensuring free and compulsory education, particularly for disadvantaged group, promoting educational equity. Legislative influence on educational policies. Ambedkar's educational legacy. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's legislative initiatives laid the groundwork for inclusive education policies, ensuring that marginalized communities receive equitable access to equality education, thereby fostering social justice and empowering individuals to challenge systematic inequalities. Promoting literacy and critical thinking. Literacy as empowerment. Literacy enables individuals to access information that assert their rights, fostering social change, critical thinking development. Education should encourage questioning norms and engaging in reflective discourse for societal progress. Libraries should act as a learning centers. Libraries provide essential resources for literacy and critical thinking, promoting informed citizenship and lifelong learning. Significance of vocational training. Practical skills for employment. Vocational training equips individuals with specific marketable skills that enhance their employability and enable them to meet industry demands effectively. Social mobility equality by providing accessible vocational education. Marginalized communities can achieve economic independence, fostering social mobility and reducing systematic inequalities in society. Legacy and relevance of Ambedkar's vision today. Continuing impact on modern educational practices. Influence on policy development. Ambedkar's advocacy has led to the formulation of policies that prioritize educational access for marginalized groups, ensuring systematic change. Integration of technology in education. Ambedkar ideals resonate in the use of digital tools, enhancing access to learning resources for unprivileged communities. Promotion of equal opportunities. His vision inspires initiatives that create equitable educational environments, fostering diversity and inclusion across all levels of education. Role of digital libraries in knowledge access. Fostering global knowledge sharing. Digital libraries enable the sharing of knowledge across borders, allowing users to access diverse range of resources from various culture and disciplines. Supporting research and innovations by providing access to vast database and scholarly articles. Digital libraries foster research opportunities, driving innovation and collaboration among scholars and practitioners, enhancing user engagement. Interactive features such as forums and multimedia resources in digital libraries promote user engagement, engaging active participation in learning and knowledge creation. Initiatives for inclusive education and social justice, empowerment through community engagement, initiatives that involve local communities in educational decision making process enhance ownership and relevance, ensuring that educational programs address specific needs and cultural contexts, thereby promoting inclusive and social justice effectively. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's vision for libraries and knowledge development remains cornerstone in India's journey towards social justice and educational equity. His unwavering belief in the power of knowledge to transform the society underscores the need to continue investing in libraries as democratic spaces of learning. As India strides into the digital age, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's ideals remain more relevant than ever, guiding the nation towards a more enlightened and inclusive future. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's vision for libraries and knowledge development in modern India stemmed from his conviction that knowledge is form of power and access to education is fundamental right capable of transforming individuals and society. Each legacy continues to inspire ongoing efforts to promote literacy, enhance education, accessibility, and foster more just equitable society. Thank you one and all for providing me an opportunity to present my views on Ambedkar's vision towards education, library, and knowledge development. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your insights on Dr. P.R. Ambedkar vision and contribution towards education, library, and knowledge development in modern India. Thank you, madam. The next paper presenter is Dr. Nagaraju MS, Associate Professor of Political Science, GFGC, Madhugiri. Please, over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Nagaraj MS, Associate Professor of Political Science, Government First Year College, Madhugiri. Today, I am going to present a paper jointly my friend, Dr. Rangaswamy C, Associate Professor, History, Government First Year College, Nalamangala. Today, I am going to present a paper, Ambedkar's Hindu Code Bill, a transformative leap in Indian society. Dr. Ambedkar, a prominent figure in the struggle for India's independence and also a chief architect of India's constitution. He was very significant reforms to remove the inherent inequalities and justice from Hindu personal laws. These ideas led to the Hindu Code Bill, which was a set of legislation aimed to modernizing and codifying Hindu personal laws with the objective of achieving gender parity as well as social justice. This paper examines the historical context surrounding the enactment of Hindu Code Bill, its provisions, its influence on Indian society, and its enduring significance. The social fabric of India is beautifully woven with the cultural, traditional, and religious activities. Being the largest religion, Hinduism has had a a profound influence on society's values and practices. Over the years, however, Hindu personal law has become fraught with the anomalies, especially in dealing with the problems of marriage, inheritance, and succession. Realizing the disparate need, the reform Dr. B.R. Ambedkar embarked on a revolutionary approach to modernizing the Hindu native laws through the Hindu Law Act. Historically, to understand the significance of Hindu law code, it is important to place it is in the larger historical context of India during the colonial period. Hindu laws and other laws were enacted. These laws enforced patriarchal values and discrimination against women after independence. The Constituent Assembly was responsible for enacting the unified constitution, which was entrusted to Ambedkar, who saw it as an opportunity to undo the injustice of the past. The Hindu Code Bill became a chain of laws meant to codify and modernize Hindu non-public regulation in India, eliminating religious regulations in favor of commonplace law code. The law was ultimately accepted in the 4 parts: the Hindu Marriage Act, Hindu Succession Act, Hindu Minority Act, Guardianship Act, and the Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act between 1955 to 1958. The measure of the profound influence on the social and criminal roles of Hindu women, imparting the same rights and possibilities in several sectors of lifestyles. This paper, the Hindu Code Bill, was include the marriage reforms, property rights, inheritance rights, laws, and guardianship. The adoption of the Hindu Code Bill inaugurated a new period of social development in India. The Hindu Code Bill remains a benchmark for furthering beliefs of justice, equality, and human rights. Efforts to regulate antiquated policies. This Hindu Code Bill symbolizes watershed points in India's march in the direction of social change and gender equality. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar imaginative and persistent management had been important in the fundamental legislative undertaking. While the path to social reform is packed with the hurdles, the Hindu Code Bill serves as to tribute to the resilient spirit of change and improvement as India's navigation to complexity of its heterogeneous society. The values embodied within the bill function as guiding becomes light the course towards a fairer and more equitable destiny. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. We appreciate your contribution to this academic session. Next, I call upon Dr. Puttaraju C, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Government First Aid College, HD Kote. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪುಟ್ಟರಾಜು ಸಿ, ಸಹ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕ, ರಾಜ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗ, ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಹೆಗ್ಗಡದೇವನಕೋಟೆ. ಇಂದು ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಂಡಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಿಷಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ B.R. ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದಕ, ದೃಢನಿಶ್ಚಯ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರ, ಆಳವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸ ಹಾಗೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಸಾಂವಿಧಾನಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾನೂನು ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರವರು ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ಸಮಾನತೆ, ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಭ್ರಾತೃತ್ವಗಳ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಜಾತಿ, ವರ್ಗ, ಲಿಂಗ, ಜನಾಂಗ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಅಗತ್ಯದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ದುಷ್ಕೃತ್ಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ತಾರತಮ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ ಮಾಡುವಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವರು. ಶೋಷಣೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾದ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಲು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಿಸಿದರು. ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗಾಗಿ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಯೋಜನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಸುಧಾರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಬಲವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿಪಾದನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವರು. ಬಡ ಅನಕ್ಷರಸ್ಥ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಬಾಲ್ಯ ವಿವಾಹದಂತಹ, ದೇವದಾಸಿ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಂತಹ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಪಿಡುಗುಗಳ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವರು ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು. ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಸುಧಾರಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಶಾಂತಿಯುತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಂವಿಧಾನಿಕ ಸುಧಾರಣೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಒಂದು ಸಬಲೀಕರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಶಯವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದಂಥವರು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಗಮನಾರ್ಹವಾದಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಬಲಪಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಉನ್ನತೀಕರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನೇಕ ನಿಬಂಧನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಪುರುಷರಂತೆ ಸಮಾನ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥವರು. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕಿರುಪರಿಚಯವನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ, ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಏಪ್ರಿಲ್ 14, 1891ರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತದ ಮಧ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಂತ್ಯದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಿಲಿಟರಿ ಕಂಟೋನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮಾವ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದಂಥವರು. ತಂದೆ ರಾಮ್ಜಿ ಮಾಲೋಜಿ ಸಕ್ಪಾಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಬೇದರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ತಾಯಿ ಭೀಮಾಬಾಯಿ ಸಕ್ಪಾಲ್ ಗೃಹಿಣಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಸಹೋದರರನ್ನು ತಂದೆಯವರಾದಂತಹ ರಾಮ್ಜಿ ಮಾಲೋಜಿ ಸಕ್ಪಾಲ್ರವರು ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರು. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಭಾರತದ ಮತ್ತು ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರಾಗಿ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮದಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಒಂದು ಸಬಲೀಕರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅನೇಕ ಒಂದು ಹೋರಾಟಗಳನ್ನು, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗಮನಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಪೂರ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ನಂತರದ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿನ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃತಕವಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಲಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಲಿಂಗ ಸಂಬಂಧದ ಕುರಿತ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಆ ವಿಶ್ಲೇಷಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾರತದ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದ ವಿಚಾರ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತತೆಯನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳೇನಿವೆ, ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಾಳಜಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಅಭ್ಯುದಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಂಘವನ್ನು ಜನವರಿ 1928ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಯಿತು. ಅದರ ಮೊದಲ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೆಯಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರವರ ಪತ್ನಿ ರಮಾಬಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಆದರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಗಂಭೀರವಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಅದೇ ವರ್ಷ ತುಳಸಿಬಾಯಿ ಬಡಸೋಡೆ ಚೊಕ್ಕಮೇಳ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಮಹಿಳಾ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ಗಳು ತಲೆ ಎತ್ತುತ್ತವೆ, ಶಾಲೆಗಳು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗ್ತವೆ. 1930ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗ್ಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ ಶೋಷಿತ ವರ್ಗಗಳ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಸಹ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾದಂಥ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾರೆ. 1930ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಸಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಕಾಲಾರಾಮ್ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹದಲ್ಲಿ 500 ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. 1931ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಧಾಬಾಯಿ ವಡಾಳೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕಾಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ, ಹಿಂದೂ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಪ್ರವೇಶಿಸಲು ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಲು ನಮಗೆ ಹಕ್ಕು ಬೇಕು ವೈಸ್ರಾಯರವರೇ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬೇಕು. ಅವಮಾನದಿಂದ ತುಂಬಿದ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸಾಯುವುದು 100 ಪಟ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವಗಳನ್ನು ತ್ಯಾಗ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೇವೆ ಹೊರತು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲುತ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಆಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್
Thank you, sir. Your very interesting presentation, presenting in your own mother tongue. So that is in Kannada. So deeply appreciated, sir. So next paper presenter is Dr. Appagere Somashekar, Professor, Department of Kannada, Karnataka Central University, Kalburgi. Please, I request to you, sir, please present your paper. Over to you, sir.
ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಹಿರಿಯರೇ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಸಿದ್ಧಾರ್ಥ ಲೇಔಟ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ದರ್ಜೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ರಾಜ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ವಿಭಾಗವು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಭಾರತದ ನಿರ್ಮಾತೃ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ BR ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಎನ್ನುವ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ರಚಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕುರಿತ ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಒಳಗಡೆ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇದೆ. ಭಾರತೀಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಪ್ರಕಟಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಪ್ರಕಟಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅರವಿಂದ ಮಾಲ್ಗತ್ತಿ ಅವರ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ, ಸಿದ್ದಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ಅವರ ಊರುಕೇರಿ, ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರ ಮಣೆಗಾರ, ಎಲ್ ಹನುಮಂತಯ್ಯ ಅವರ ಒಂಟಿಕಾಲಿನ ನಡಿಗೆ, ಮುಳ್ಳೂರು ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರ ಮಾಮರದ ಮೇಲೊಂದು ಕೋಗಿಲೆ, ಹೀಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು, ದು ಸರಸ್ವತಿಯವರ ಈಗೇನು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಈ ಥರದ ಮೊಗಳ್ಳಿ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡ ಹಾಗೆ ಅನೇಕರ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಕಟವಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಮರಾಠಿಯ ಅನೇಕ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು, ಅಕ್ರಮ ಸಂತಾನ, ಕುಣಿಯ ಗುಮ, ಗಬಾಳ, ಈ ಥರದ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವಾದಗೊಳ್ಳುವ ಮೂಲಕ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಸ್ವರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕೆ, ಮತ್ತು ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಪಠ್ಯ. ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು ಅದು ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಆತ್ಮಾವಲೋಕನದ ಪಠ್ಯಗಳಾಗಿಯೂ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಬಹಿಷ್ಕೃತ ಭಾರತದ ಕಥನಗಳಾಗಿಯೂ, ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ದಲಿತ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಗಳು ಗಾಯಗೊಂಡ ಭಾರತದ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಮೂರು ಸಂಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ದಾಖಲಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಉಸಿರಾಡುತ್ತಿರುತ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಲಿತ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಲಿತ ಲೇಖಕರು ಅವರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ರಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಉಸಿರಾಡುತ್ತಿರುತ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕು. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಭಿನ್ನವಾದಂಥ ಅರ್ಥಗಳನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಶತಮಾನಗಳಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ಜಾತಿ ಪ್ರಣೀತ ನಿಷೇಧ ಮತ್ತು ಬಹಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೊರದೂಡಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ದಲಿತ ಸಮುದಾಯವು ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜ ಮತ್ತು ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳ ಎದುರು ಒಳಗೊಳ್ಳುವಿಕೆಯ ಪರವಾನಿಗೆ ಪಡೆಯುವ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನು ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಇದು ಮುಕ್ತ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಹೋದರತೆಯ ಸಹಬಾಳ್ವೆ, ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದ ಹಕ್ಕೊತ್ತಾಯದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಜಾತಿವಾದಿ ಸಮಾಜ ಮತ್ತು ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳ ಎದುರು ಮಂಡಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಜಾತಿನಿಷ್ಠ ಸಮಾಜವು ತನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರೌರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟುತ್ತಾ ಅಹಂಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಗಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾನವೀಕರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಬಹುದಾ ಅನ್ನುವ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸವರ್ಣೀಯ ಜಾತಿವಾದಿ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳು ಜಾತಿಯ ಅಹಂಕಾರಗಳಿಂದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಜಾತಿಯ ಕೀಳರಿಮೆಯಿಂದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕೆನ್ನುವ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಆಶಯವನ್ನ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಂಡಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆಯನ್ನ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅವರದೇ ಮಾತಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅಥವಾ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ತನ್ನ ಪ್ರಗತಿಯನ್ನ ಸಾಧಿಸಬೇಕಾದರೆ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದಾಯವು ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಗುಲಾಮಗಾರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅನಿಹಿಲೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನುವ ತಮ್ಮ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ದಾಖಲಿಸಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆ, ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಶನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ದಿ ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ ಏಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಬಹಳ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಆತ್ಮಕತೆ ಇದು. ಆತ್ಮಕತೆಯ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಜಾತಿಯ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ, ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆಯ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಯಾವುದು? ಶಾಲಾ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಇತರ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಜೊತೆ ಅವರು ಪಾಠ ಕಲಿಯುವ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಿರಾಕರಿಸಲಾಯಿತು? ಬಾಯಾರಿಕೆಯಾದಾಗ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿನ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಿರಸ್ಕರಿಸಲಾಯಿತು? ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ ಅಪಮಾನಗಳೆಂತಹದ್ದು? ಕ್ಷೌರಿಕನು ಕೂಡ ಇವರು ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯ ಅನ್ನುವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇವರ ಕೂದಲನ್ನು ಕ್ಷೌರ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಷೇಧ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಸ್ವತಃ ಇವರ ಅಕ್ಕ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ತಲೆ ಕೂದಲನ್ನು ಕ್ಷೌರ ಮಾಡುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಆಕೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅನುಭವಿ ಕ್ಷೌರಿಕಳಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾದಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ತಂದೆಯನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಯಾರಿಕೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ನಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ತಪ್ಪುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಜಾತಿವಾದಿಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಲ್ಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದಾವೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸಯಾಜಿರಾವ್ ಗಾಯಕ್ವಾಡ್ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಶಿಷ್ಯ ವೇತನ ಪಡೆದು ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿ ಬಂದ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಒಪ್ಪಂದದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ಸಯಾಜಿರಾವ್ ಗಾಯಕ್ವಾಡ್ ಅವರ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈನ್ಯಾಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೇಮಕ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಪಟ್ಟ ಪಾಡನ್ನ ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಸಿ ಯಾತ್ರಿ ನಿವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕೊಠಡಿಯನ್ನ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಜಾತಿಯನ್ನ ಮರೆಮಾಚಿ ನೀವು ಪಾರ್ಸಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆಯೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಠಡಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಪಾರ್ಸಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಇವರು ಪಾರ್ಸಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪಾರ್ಸಿ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಿದವರು ಅನ್ನುವ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಠಡಿ ಪಡಿತಾರೆ. ನಂತರದ 1-2-3 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರು ಮಹಾರ್ ಅನ್ನುವ ವಿಷಯ ಜಾತಿವಾದಿಗಳಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಾಗ ಆಯುಧಗಳ ಸಮೇತ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಜಾತಿವಾದಿಗಳು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ಬೆದರಿಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಹಾರ್, ಹೇಗೆ ಈ ಪಾರ್ಸಿ ಯಾತ್ರೆ ನಿವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಜೆ ನೀನು ಈ ಮನೆಯನ್ನ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಲ್ಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಜೀವ ಬೆದರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಅವತ್ತು ಭಯಗೊಂಡು ಆ ಕೊಠಡಿಯನ್ನ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಡೀ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಾಮತಿಬಾಗ್ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ಯಾನವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮರದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇಡೀ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಳೀತಾರೆ, ಕಣ್ಣೀರಿಡ್ತಾ ದುಃಖ ಪಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅವರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ವಿದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿ ಬಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನೇ ಈ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜಾತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ನಿಕೃಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದ ತುಂಬ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನನ್ನ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯ ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನ, ಅನಕ್ಷರಸ್ಥ ನನ್ನ ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನ ಈ ಜಾತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇನ್ನೆಷ್ಟು ನಿಕೃಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನುವ ಘಟನೆಯನ್ನ ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅದು ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆಯ ಕರಾಳತೆ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 14, 1931 ಆ ಘಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ 14, 1931 ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು. ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಮಾತು. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನೋ ಹೋಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಯು ಸೇ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಎ ಹೋಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್, but still I repeat that I am without it. How can I call this land my own homeland, and this religion my own, where are treated worse than cats and dogs, wherein we cannot get water to drink ಅನ್ನುವ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು, ನನಗೆ ಮಾತೃಭೂಮಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳದ, ಬಾಯಾರಿಕೆಯಾದಾಗ ನೀರು ಕೊಡದ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚೌದರ್ಕೆರೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡದ, ಒಂದರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಾರಾಮ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ನಿರಾಕರಿಸಿರುವ, ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆ ಕೊಡದ ಈ ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯ್ನಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂತ ತುಂಬ ದುಃಖದಿಂದ, ತುಂಬ ಸಂಕಟದಿಂದ ಈ ಘಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಂತ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ್ರೋಹಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ವಿರೋಧಿನೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನನಗೆ ತಾಯ್ನಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಮೊದಲು ಭಾರತೀಯ, ಕೊನೆಗೂ ಭಾರತೀಯ, ನಂತರನೂ ಭಾರತೀಯ, ಭಾರತೀಯತೆಯನ್ನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮತ್ತೇನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯತೆಯ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಅನೇಕ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ವೀಸಾ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮರುಚಿಂತನೆ, ಮರು ಓದಿಗೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾದಂಥ ನನ್ನ ಈ ಪ್ರಬಂಧದ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮ ನೀಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
So very good insights on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's biography, Waiting for Visa, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I call upon the last paper presenter is Shweta S., Assistant Professor of Political Science, Maharani's Arts College for Women, Mysore. Please share your thoughts on your studies, madam. Over to you.
Namaste. Myself Shweta S., Assistant Professor of Political Science from Maharani's Arts College for Women, Mysore. In this virtual conference, I am presenting my paper on the topic Contribution of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar in Framing Indian Constitution. The one name which is very much associated with the drafting of the Indian Constitution, which we remember, is that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. We all know that he was a very learned scholar, eminent personality, well-known jurist, who fought against all social evils, caste system, who fought for the rights of the women, laborers, workers, for minorities, who fought for the cause of the minorities, scheduled castes, scheduled tribes and backward classes and all. He is the key person in constitution making process. Firstly, if we look into the thing that how he became a member of the Constituent Assembly, he was elected from West Bengal Legislative Assembly at first in July 1946 itself. But later on, due to the partition of our country as India and Pakistan, he lost his membership. And again he contested from Bombay Legislative Assembly because it was already vacant due to the resignation of Dr. M.R. Jaina. So he contested from there and then he won and he entered into the Constituent Assembly. Again, he was appointed as for drafting committee on 29th August 1947 and later on he became a chairman also, which is a very important committee which was responsible for drafting of the whole constitution. It was a 7-member committee. There were 7 members in that committee. The drafting committee under his chairmanship, it took almost 141 days to prepare the provisional constitution. His work as a chairman is very much praiseworthy, and among all the 7 members, the entire responsibility of preparing the constitution, framing the constitution, was on his shoulders. One of the member, that is Krishnamachari, one of the member of the Constituent Assembly, he gave the explanation for why he alone has been considered as the architect of the Indian Constitution, that is, architect of the Indian Constitution. He says that though the House had 7 members nominated, but one was replaced, one died, and another one was replaced, and one was in America, and the another person was completely engaged in state affairs, and 1 or 2 people, they were far away from Delhi. So the entire responsibility of drafting the constitution was on his shoulders. One of the member only, he admits the facts. So as a drafting committee chairman, he could not afford to think only on some sectional basis. He not only gave expression to his personal views and preferences, he had to consider many other factors also. While preparing the constitution, actually it is a huge task, enormous task. Several illusions and forces exerted their influence and pressure. So now I will be discussing few points about his vision on Indian Constitution, how he got support of majority in favor of him. I discussed only those points, how he got support from various members of the Constituent Assembly to certain aspects. Firstly, I discuss about on parliamentary democracy. See, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, he exerted his influence on to evolve a parliamentary form of government to India. Because we were aware of this system because it is a gift from the British government. He borrowed from British Constitution. Why he supported this parliamentary form? Because it was needed to make executive more responsible, which was very much need of the day. Next, I will speak about his views towards federation. As we all know, in the Article 1 of the Indian Constitution itself, calls India as a union of states, not as federation. So, Ambedkar gave his own explanation and justification for this. He said, federation is a union because it is indestructible. If it is a union of states, means it is indestructible. But even he also wanted to have a strong central government, because it is very much needed during the emergency situation and all. And he was succeeded in having both the features, unitary and federal features, and having strong central government. We have many features supporting to have a strong central government. We have all India services, we have a strong single judiciary system, and everything. And next I'll speak about his views towards fundamental rights. But in the Constituent Assembly, almost all the members got a unanimous support to this, to include Bill of Rights that in the Indian Constitution. As a champion of the downtrodden, he pleaded continuously to have fundamental rights that will be helpful to protect the interests of the minorities in particular and citizens in general. So, in order to achieve the social justice also, these fundamental rights was indispensable. he was very much aware that without the legal remedies, even if we give the fundamental rights, it will not reach to all sections of the people. So certain reasonable restrictions have also been imposed on these fundamental rights. Next, I'll speak about secularism. He had a great faith on secularistic nature of the state, because that gives the freedom for everyone to follow any religion. It gives freedom of religion and it respects all the religion. Now I'll speak about his views on education. He gave a lot of importance to the education, because that is the only way through which changes could be brought in the society, changes could be brought in the mindset of the people, and we can improve the conditions of the backward classes, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes and minorities people also. So for this purpose, Article 46 that is in Directive Principles of State Policy, one provision has been included because of his effort that directs the state to take the steps to promote the welfare of the educationally and economically backward classes, that is SC/ST people. The state can make certain provisions for their welfare. And now I'll be speaking about his views towards untouchables and minorities. As we all know, throughout his life, he fought for the emancipation of the untouchables, particularly, and even other minorities also. He also supported for this. Certain provisions have been recognized in the constitution also. We have rights for the religious and cultural minorities in the country, and we have in the Article 14 we have equality before law and equal protection of law, where it guarantees equality for all the citizens, whoever it might be. And we have in Article 50 prohibition of discrimination on the basis of any grounds. And Article 17 deals with abolition of untouchability. So he put a genuine effort to constitutionally guarantee these rights to the to all the sections of the people. But what he had in his mind was, especially, he wanted disadvantaged sections to come to the mainstream and enjoy all sorts of equality and to get them social justice. Now I'll speak about socio-economic justice, his views on socio-economic justice for the people. So for that, in order to give socio-economic justice for the people, directive principles of state policy have been incorporated in our constitution. Whoever captures the power, whoever comes to the power, they cannot neglect these provisions. They have to respect these instruments and instructions which are called as directive principles. Though those who are in power, they may not answer for this. If they are not going to follow these instructions, they may not answer in the court of law, but still, certainly they have to answer for them before the electorate at the election time. So one cannot neglect the provisions that is mentioned in the directive principles of the state policy. Certain special provisions also have been included in our Indian constitution in relation to the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and socially and educationally backward classes people. That is in the Article 3, for example, the Article 330 and 332 of the constitution, where it guarantees certain reservation of seats for the SC/ST in the Lok Sabha and as well as the state state legislative assemblies. And even we have many other special provisions carried out in the Article 340, Article 338 and all, and 335. It has special provisions have been made, special attention is given for these communities. But many were of the opinion that it was a very negation of efficiency and good government. However, it was very much succeeded in getting consensus in favor of reservation for SC and ST. Ambedkar stressed the importance of the provision to meet the demand of the communities which have not, because he stressed the importance for to accept these provisions in the constitution, because these communities were not represented properly so far. So like this, because of his effort, many provisions have been incorporated in our constitution. His role as a drafting committee chairman is unforgettable. And one thing, with one sentence, I'm going to conclude that the contribution of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar towards the making cannot be measured. So I would like to thank everyone who has given me the opportunity to present my paper in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for sharing your ideas with us. Now, we're going to concluding today's technical session. We deeply appreciated to all paper presentation for your contribution to this second day of technical session. Each and every paper presenters are unique and fascinating in your methodology, ideas and Ambedkar's views on various aspects such as economic thoughts, education, library, linguistic, constitutional provisions, role of states in education, social justice, financial inclusion, Hindu Code Bill, women empowerment, etc. Once again, thank you to all paper presentation. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to principal, coordinators, directors, organizing secretary of this 2-day multidisciplinary conference, giving this opportunity. Thank you each and everyone who contribute directly, indirectly to this conference make successful. Thank you, Ananda.
We are grateful to all the paper presenters for your active participation, and we sincerely appreciate your contribution in making this 2-day multidisciplinary international virtual conference a success. I would like to thank Dr. Srini Naik, Sir, Associate Professor of Economics, for conducting the technical session successfully. Now, I request Sri Neeresh KM, Assistant Professor of Commerce, to propose a vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. As we draw this enriching and insightful 2-day international virtual conference to a close, it is my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I extended our deepest gratitude to our Chief Patron, Sri T.S. Srivatsa, Honorable MLA, KR Constituency, Karnataka Government, and President of CDC, whose vision and guidance have been a cornerstone of this event success. Your unwavering support and encouragement have truly inspired us, sir. Thank you. We are equally grateful to our patrons, Professor Shobha Ji, Director, Department of Collegiate Education, Bengaluru, Professor Chandrasekhar B, Joint Director, Department of Collegiate Education, Regional Office, Mysuru, Professor Maya Devi N, Principals, Government First Grade College, Siddharthanagar, Mysuru, whose continued backing and leadership provided the momentum and framework needed to organize this international gathering. Thank you for believing in our mission and for facilitating every step of this journey. A heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers, Professor K. Sivachittappa, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mandya University, Mandya, and Professor J. Somashekar, Director of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Research and Extension Center, University of Mysore, whose enlightening addresses set the tone for deep thought, engagement, and academic exploration. Your perspectives have added immense value to this conference and sparked thought, provoking discussions across disciplines. To our esteemed international and national speakers, Dr. Krishna Humble, Professor and Chairperson, DAS in Political Science, University of Mysore, Dr. S.R. Keshava, Professor and Chairperson, Postgraduate Department of Economics, Bangalore University, Bengaluru, Professor Surendra Kumar, Department of Political Science, Bangalore University, Bengaluru, Dr. Suresh Janze, University Librarian, Gulbarga University, Kalaburga, Dr. Sabana Farheen, Department of Political Science, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, and Professor A.W. Gohar, Faculty Member, Strategic Management, Boost University, Afghanistan. Thank you for your sharing, your expertise, your time, and your thought leadership. Your contributions have expanded our horizons and enriched our understanding of the global and local dimensions of our theme. We also express sincere appreciation to all the paper presenters who brought fresh research, ideas, and perspective to the fore. Your work has added scholarly depth to this conference and laid the groundwork for meaningful dialogue and future research. Behind the scene, our organizing committee members, Professor Anuradha, Head of the Department and Professor of Political Science, Government First Grade College, Siddhartha Layout, Mysore, convener of this conference, and directors of this conference are Dr. Siddharamu, Senior Librarian, and Dr. Kiran Rawat, Director of Physical Education of our college, Dr. Triveni, Associate Professor of Kannada, Srimati Parvati, Associate Professor of Commerce, Sri Purushottam HV, Assistant Professor of Political Science, have worked tirelessly to ensure every details was carefully executed. Your dedication, coordination, and teamwork are deeply appreciated. This event could not have come together without your hard work. Thanks to all. And to our faculty members, thank you for your academic stewardship and involvement throughout. Your support and contributions provided the intellectual backbone of this conference. And a special thanks to all our participants from across the globe. Your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and enthusiasm created an interactive and vibrant atmosphere that brought our sessions to life. Before we conclude, I would like to take a moment to offer heartfelt thanks to the wonderful Master of Ceremony, Srimati Savita GP, Head of the Department of English and IQAC Coordinator of our college, for her graceful and professional handling of the entire two-day event. With her warm presence, clear communication, and excellent coordination, she guided us smoothly through each session, keeping everything on time and engaging everyone. Her efforts truly helped bring life and energy to the virtual platform. Thank you, Srimati Savita, for being the connecting thread between all our speakers, participants, and sessions. Your calm and confident presence added great value to this conference and helped everything run seamlessly. We deeply appreciate your contribution. Thank you once again for your outstanding role as the Master of Ceremony. Though we met virtually, the knowledge and connections we have built over these 2 days transcend borders and screens. We look forward to the continued exchange of ideas, collaborations, and future endeavors that may arise from this event. Thank you once again, and we wish all the very best in your academic and professional pursuits. Stay safe, inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Viresh sir. Your contribution in running this virtual conference has been immense. You handled all the technical issues with elan and made it possible for us to successfully complete this session. A heartfelt thanks to all the participants for your presence, participation, and meaningful engagement. Hope to see you all again in our next event. Thank you.